Okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening to all, or afternoon if you're tuning in from the States, morning if you're perhaps somewhere else. It's an absolute pleasure to have you online. And as you can see, I am not here alone. Today, we're going to have a sort of wouldn't say last minute, but it was certainly recently arranged meeting between myself and brother Reggie Mabry, who is a bit of a legend in the space, who I've recently become more informed about. We had a conversation at the end of a live stream. Do you remember which live stream that was? We had a conversation at the end of where we first got introduced.
Yes, it was on Mdw channel, and we were talking about Ivan van Sertima and some controversial things about, and shout out to Mdw, by the way. We were discussing some of what Ivan van Sertima's work, some of the possible mistakes that he made, that he did make, and some of his, how can I say, some of his personal history. And so I was reminding the audience that there's the Olmec material doesn't line up with Mansa Musa's heir, Abu Bakr, well, the predecessor of Mansa Musa, and that those groups of people were probably more oceanic people, meaning from the Australia regions.
Okay.
Right. So that's the conversation that we had.
All right, cool. Yeah, I remember. I mean, that was definitely. I think there was different points of view on that topic. I definitely appreciated your input there. So now, thank you for bringing that back to mind. So anyway, we caught up, and I think like you said, you're familiar. We were kind of familiar with each other. So those of you who don't know, brother Reggie, he's an independent scholar, an activist whose work for more than 40 years has centered on history, sovereignty, and civil rights of people of African descent. He went with Dr. Henrik Clarke and Leonard Jeffries to Ghana in 1986, and then went to Egypt with Dr. Yosef ben-Jochannan and ASCAC in ASCAC in 1987. He learned Mdw Ntr from Dr. Rkhty Amen, and then worked on the translation team of the English version of Dr. Diop's major work, Civilization or Barbarism. So that's amazing, because I have that on my shelf. Always like to do a little quick show off, because these things are when they're close to hand right there. So he was responsible for the reason that I can read this in my native tongue, or at least contributed. So that's amazing. His research on classical African civilizations emphasizes primary art, writing, and artifacts, and he is the author of Syncretism, a means and method for accurately translating Km.tyw and Km in Africology. The Journal of Pan-African Studies, Volume 13. He is also cited and acknowledged in a special tribute to Yosef Alfredo Antonio ben-Jochannan in the New York Amsterdam News, which celebrates Dr. Ben's life's work and global impact. A founding member of the Eastern region of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization, he has co-authored "Reparations Is Dead: How to Resurrect It" with Dr. Jahi Issa, helped shape legal standards in federal civil rights litigation, and appears frequently as a guest lecturer on several YouTube channels and other Pan-African platforms. Brother Mabry holds a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science, from the City College of Engineering, 1988, and an Honours Award in Black Studies. He has worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Studies and formerly served as IT director. Sorry? Schomburg Center, for Research in Black Studies, and formerly served as an IT director for a public defender law firm in New York. So there we go. That's a formal introduction out of the way. A very long list of credits, but I'm sure many people are going to be quite impressed with the number of heavyweights you've interacted with, and not just interacted with, contributed to. So welcome to the channel, brother Reggie Mabry.
Well, it is a pleasure to be talking to primarily the UK audience and the audience that follows King's Monologue. And I am so excited to have this conversation on a variety of different topics, particularly dealing with some of the names that you don't hear about Nubians. So I'm kind of moving my work or expanding my work largely into Nubia now. And the academy is also expanding. And so some of the old beliefs die. We see, as Dr. Ben had written a long time ago, Black Man in the Nile and His Family, what we see now is that it's a Nile Valley region, and the people who separated it were largely Europeans. And so I have a short kind of a paper that I can show to kind of like preface a time period of Nubian and Egyptian interactions. And then I have, which I'm really excited to show, is I have been going to conferences, and I want to say a special tribute to Jochannan and Monica, I say Monica G, and a lot of what we have found is in these conferences and museum studies, they're 20 years above what we used to study. So we used to hinge on some of our great scholars, Dr. Henrik Clarke's exact words, and Dr. Yosef ben-Jochannan's words, and certainly Dr. Shekinah Diop's words, and Dr. Theophilus Benger's words to help us to give birth to warriors like King's Monologue and myself in this work. Now what we find is that the Western schools of King Monologue have come along. There is a revolution in academia. So now the libraries and conferences are saying things that are not in the books that we read. And I get a chance today on King's Monologue to show you Stuart Tyson Smith. He's one of the leaders. I don't know if I have anything directly from Dr. Vanessa Davies, who is a leader in this. There's Solange Ashby. There is Doxy from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. And believe it or not, a lot of them are, it's a mixed group, but a lot of them are European. And they are pressing academia now to get it right. And so you will hear for the first time kind of like the rebuttal to this. So I kind of, I could move things around, but I definitely have that. So now when you look at King's Monologue show and his critiques, you see that, believe it or not, the Academy has similar critiques like King's Monologue, right? Like myself. And it's been a long time coming. I've studied this journey, King's Monologue. I took a class in Black Studies. I'll talk about that, but real quick, roughly in 1983. And then that launched, even though I was working toward an engineering degree, Black Studies, African Studies changed my life. And I would talk about when I'm dedicating this to one of my professors who's actually from the UK. And I'll talk about him a little later. So my first Black Studies professor was from Dominica, but we'll talk about that. So when do you want the voyage to begin? You have any?
So yeah, let me. I just want to jump in there. First of all, thank you for the introduction. I think we're all very excited to hear what you're going to share with us. I just wanted to quickly give a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. Quickly, I think Macy said that I have a US following too. Actually, my US following is larger than my UK following by quite a bit. So you're gonna be home amongst my audience. But I've got followers in the UK and Europe and across Africa as well. But US is my largest audience. So yeah, but you are very, very welcome here. I want to give a little bit of a backstory very, very quickly before I just give the floor to you in terms of how this particular conversation came about. And actually shout out to Km.tyw again, because I was watching one of Km.tyw's story videos, and he had done an expansion on a paper that you had written, an unpublished paper, but a paper nonetheless. You've just shared it with me. Excellent paper, by the way. And it really resonated with me because people who are regulars on this channel know how I feel about the overuse of the term Nubian. And the use of Nubian, which actually wasn't an extant term for a large part of ancient Kemet, and the overuse of it by Egyptology as a way of essentially saying something is not Egyptian, is a way of creating a space, and normally a racial space, between something and what they classify as something being Egyptian. And what I liked about the paper was it did something that I've probably was actually planning to do, but did it really well. So now I don't think I need to do it anymore. And it went through the you went through the lengths of identifying the various ethnic groups that have been classified as Nubian by Egyptology, and you gave them their names back, which is what I loved. You were approaching them with the respect that you looked at the Genehud and the Hesu, I've got to look back at the paper, but you have them all listed there, the various groups. And as you know, well, as you may or may not know, I speak with my audience regularly about the fact that Km.t is the first nome of Kemet. And Kemet was established from the south, and Km.t was the first nome. And this is something that is often overlooked and is deliberately obfuscated, and Egyptologists have used that as a tool to sometimes other the contribution of that sapat or that nome and make it look like it was something foreign. So it was nice to see, you approaching this topic, even though you didn't maybe even though we didn't maybe have exactly the same outlook. I just needed this topic expanded on, so it gives me really good footing. You might find that I quote you in my book at some point when I expand on the topic of Nubia, because I needed a paper like this. So as soon as I saw the paper, I contacted you and said, let's get it going. Let's have a conversation. I want to give you an opportunity to share your findings on this topic with my audience, and it will give me an opportunity to just sit back and enjoy some of the amazing research you've done. So that's a little bit from a selfish, my perspective, how it kind of came to be. We've had a couple conversations behind the scenes now, and that's it. I really just want to hand over to you now to share from the starting point you think is most logical to what my audience might find useful. So over to you, brother.
Okay, so while we were talking, I forgot that there's something that I need to add, and so maybe at the end I will be able to add it. There's a scholar named Maxine Clorer, and Dr. Maxine, and she was one of the pioneers of expanding this subject. So the first thing that I would like to do is I'll go over some aspects of my paper, and then we'll get to some fun parts. I think really fun. So we've had now, if you've read UNESCO number 9, in the early period of time, we didn't have genetic studies. Genetic studies is just part of our. So you hear a lot of people now doing DNA and stuff like that, but that wasn't. Let's see. I'll read so you don't have to read parts of it. But so now we have a new tool, right? We have lots of new tools that Petrie and the whole group of these early European scholars didn't have, and those tools are turning some of their work on its head, right? And so you will see, you will hear from a video how they pushed back on the information that was previously done. And believe it or not, it's still in the universities, but it's slowly being taken out, right? And everybody has to know, once a book is written, the book is already 6 years old. If a scholar writes a book, it's already 6 years old, right? Roughly. And it's out, it could be outdated. For example, a lot of people wrote books and then the Nubian study came on, right? And this is after the Schomburg study, right? And then there are other, and so what happens with Schomburg when the Nubian study comes on, right? Schomburg becomes outdated. And then Dr. Gardine and Dr. Shamakaketa, these are bioanthropologists and chemical bioanthropologists, they come on, and then they're in UNESCO. So Dr. Diop and Dr. Theophilo Benga was largely our first, how can I say, African-centered scholars. There were other scholars from Africa, but they were Western. So now we have, UNESCO has embraced lots of scholars now from Africa. And they did that. There's another book called Mdw Ntr, and that's Dr. Jochannan and Diop's last written work. Have you ever heard of Mdw Ntr?
I haven't. And when you said that, I was like, that doesn't ring a bell.
Let's go Mdw Ntr. And so there's Musa, I think Musa Lam is in it, a number of scholars, and Dr. Diop posited that North Africa, particularly Libya, and they have a elemental or African base, right? That they were dark skinned, and wow! So now we have the what do you call it? The Nubian study that says that North Africans have a in their earliest form from the Green Sahara on, they had a Maghrebi type, meaning this was a particular group of Africans that were isolated from everyone else. And this Nubian kind of blends with that type, though he has in his ancestry some things from what we call Asia. But let's deal with
just to kind of jump in there, because we did spend a lot of time with the Nubian study. And I just want to kind of jump in there, because Nubian's DNA doesn't say what they headlined, and this is one of the major issues that I had with the study. So the first problem is, and this is something that I did do a bit of a brief paper on, was the issue of the ascertainment bias. So basically running the DNA through these Eurocentric trained algorithms, which amplifies the kind of the relationship, and that's what creates that space where they think that this is an isolated group without relationship to Africa. Whereas if they were looking at the whole genome, they would be able to find relationships that sit outside of the range that they're looking at, but they deliberately focus on a very small range. And that's why you have this bizarre isolated population which isn't related to anyone, which makes no sense in the context of the Green Sahara. So that's one problem. The second problem is even calling it a Maghrebi type is false, because Nubian man, even by their own analysis, wasn't related to modern North Africans. He was related to Neolithic North Africans, i.e. contemporaneous or kind of like, you know, slightly older North Africans, the Taforat, the Takarori, and a very small percentage to Neolithic Levantine.
Yeah, these classic.
Yes, these are all contemporaneous groups.
Yeah, convention.
Exactly. So the idea that they then use that to extrapolate and say that he has a Maghrebi type, that's a falsification of data. Anyway, he was, the only relation they could find was with essentially other Africans of his time being, and they deliberately didn't test Africans that were closer in geographic region to him, which is why they created that huge gap. So it's a big leap that they did when they came to their conclusions, and we've spent a lot of time going through their papers and realizing how they come to, how they advertise a conclusion that the data hasn't fed them. But I just wanted to kind of like jump in and say that
but it's so small. It's the leap is that we have the data. Then what it is that now scholars come and relook at the data and rewrite. I agree with the Maghrebi type, but they could have named it anything and it still could have been wrong, right? So we're looking at a green, like you said, a green Saharan population that became isolated for many years, but spanned, and so their morphology is different than certainly the people from the Levant. Their teeth, their skulls, they're closer to what we see in the Green Sahara rock paintings, right?
And also, I just want to be clear. I don't believe that the evidence is there to suggest that they were as isolated as they reported. I don't believe that's the case. They're even there. Like I said, they get this by not testing other Africans. So if you leave Africans out of the group of comparison entirely, and then also use Eurocentrically trained reference panels, then that's when you can't see relationship that does exist. If they once again use, like I said, whole genome sequencing, WGAS, and they tested actual geographically relevant populations of Africa, they would have found those relations. So I don't even believe they have this.
I don't disagree.
Population. Yeah,
I don't.
No, I know you don't. I just want to make it clear for my audience where I stand on this.
No, you stand. You a king's monologue. What I want to say is that there's something called Kleins, right? So Kleins are the scientific way in which we deal with skin color, hair, teeth, and bone structures and things like that. We do. It's very costly to have that genome study, and we're happy to have it because it actually helps. All the later conventions, we can come up with a convention, but you could look at if you want to say that specimen or that ancestor agrees more with Ethiopia, there may be some problems with that. If it agrees with the so-called Libyan populations, that's another loaded term, right? What Libyan population, right? But the fact of the matter is, we will come up and identify what that group is, but they named it because it was new. See, it was new to them, so they named it a Maghrebi for lack of having another word. So, King's Monologue, you and others working with the scholars will come up and find out what we need to call that. I mean, that's another term like Negro, right? So they have these conventions, and what we do is we write papers, we research, we write papers, but because the people didn't have a name for themselves, let me just do a research exercise with you. What would you call them? What would you call that group of people?
New Atban or the old North African?
The Maghrebi. What would you?
I wouldn't call them Maghrebi. The old North African group. I think the old North. I think if you're going to talk about Takarori's study, which we've looked at, I would essentially just call them native Black North Africa, or even leave Black out, just native North Africans. Takakori clusters closest with modern Fulanis on almost every vertical. Takakori just presents like a modern Fulani. And if you look at the cave paintings that are contemporaneous with Takakori, they look like modern Fulani. It looks like modern Fulani kind of like dress. And so I think they've painted this idea that they have this foreign group and this, with foreign DNA. And I don't think they've presented the evidence to support that they are foreign.
The things that I definitely agree with you is that we don't have data sets for all populations, right? So we don't have those data sets. When we classify something as North Africa, that's a loaded word in itself, right? And that spans a large range of people, right? Because there was people in the East, the Central, and the West, and then climate changed. And so all of these things, we need a conference. We need King's Monologue to call a conference to say what might we want to use. But let me just start.
Yeah, start. Thank you very much, brother, for allowing me to segue there.
Of course. Of course. So, again, when we deal with terms, there are European conventions, and then there are transliterated words from, let's say, Tawi civilization, the two lands, that civilization that we call ancient Egypt. There's no ancient Egypt. That's another convention. There's no ancient Egypt. There is what one group of people who lived there called it, and we don't have all the records from what the groups in the South might have called them, but we do know some of their names, right? So these ethnians, right? Now, who the Egyptians called the Southerners, they called them the Nehes or the Nehesi, Nehesu, right? Nehes is pretty much, Nehesu is pretty much the plural of Nehes, right? Individual might be a Nehes person, but the group of people was the Nehesu. In that, you have geographical areas where the people of Tawi civilization met people in particular places. So we have Wawet, right? We have Ertet, right? We have Setu, we have Yam, we have, and then we have populations that span large regions. We have the Tehemu, right? Or which they call in the Chichenu. Well, the Chichenu is so what they call the Tamhu is groups of people that were Southerners, like Nabta in the desert going to Nubia, and then we have the Chichenu, which encompasses the what we might call Libya, Chad, which we might call North Africa, right? Which includes places like Meswes, right? Then we have modern Egyptological overlays, right? Badarian, there's no Badarian, A group, Kerma, Kushite, and Hyksos, or right? Even though some of these derive from indigenous terms, when the people actually, the people of Tawi wrote it. I know I got to add something because we have to deal with Nubet, right? We have to deal with regions in Egypt, right? Which is not in this particular paper, and that's why I didn't publish it yet, because I have to think about some things. But we did the.
Can I just jump in on that note? Because I have thoughts about Nubet or Nubti or whatever you want to call it, because I've seen in a lot of ancient Egyptian, I'm going to say ethnonyms for want of a better word, that the T can often be rendered silent. And I don't know if this is an artifact from the T being used as an objectifier, because I know that some Egyptologists say the T turns what it is into an object. So that means it's not necessarily sounded out. So I was going to say, if you drop the T from Nubet, you get Nub or Nuba, who are an ancient people in the region. So Nubet may have just been a reference to the Nuba people. But I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
Well, okay, so there is a lot of grammar, and then those are conventions, right? Usually when they put a T, it could mean they could be writing it as a feminine place name, or places, not lands, places, or they could be writing it for a group like a collective noun, right? For example, Diop argued that Kemet meant Negro, right? A group of people, kind of a collective noun. So what we have to do is look at the whole word in context, and can see that sometimes they use T in place names, like wawet, right? So you would want me to drop the T on wawet, it would be wawa, right?
Yeah.
Then you have urjet, you have setu, right? And you have yam, and you have masculine words. So it just depends on the usage of the word. So it's not like a
Yeah, so it's a possibility, but it's not like a yeah, a written protocol. Can I just give a quick shout out to James Stewart, who's made a $5 donation, then I'll let you carry on. He said, have you seen the 2025 Nature ancient Egyptians were closer to the Levant and Anatolia because they were 80% North African? That's what we're talking about. That's the Nuweirat study that you're referencing there. So that's literally what
that's not scholarship, that's selling newspapers, magazines, right? That's not what they do is they want to listen, they're in competition, they want to put something up and people buy it, but that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is actual scholars and books and research. So wow,
thank you very much, James. Go on, so carry on.
Oh, thank you so much for contributing to the channel that I'm on, and so there should be more donations since I'm on, right? So what we do is okay, so we look at Winnie and Harkuf. Winnie and Harkuf, this is old Egyptian, what you call Old Kingdom, and they're doing expeditions, and Winnie and Harkuf now, how can I say, these are where we get words like Nehes comes from. Where now mind you, Egyptians now do some of the same things. They name or misname. Sometimes they borrow a name from a group of people that they encounter, like when they ask you who you are. And sometimes they make up a whole nother name, but usually they're very close to preserving something in the past, right? So I'm gonna show a chart with Winnie and Harkuf, and we would get some of the etonyms. All right, so let me go down so where I can
Excellent.
find.
As you're scrolling, I was going to read out a comment from Wildflower. He said Buganda, which is if you haven't looked into the Bugandan noble lineage, I advise you to, because the parallels to ancient Egyptian noble lineage is striking. Everything from the looks to the culture is very, very strong. But she says it was called Muwawa in ancient times, and that would be potentially something that's worth further investigating, since we've discussed that Wawet could potentially, not saying it has been, could be called Wawa. Another one I have actually that I thought about, particularly because it inhabits the same region, is one we just looked at, which is Tehenu or Jehenu. And we know that the U is just kind of your multiplier, isn't it? So technically that could be Jene, which was the capital of Songhai. So that's literally the same word. So we have Jene, the capital of Songhai, and then Jehenu, which were the people inhabit in the same region. So that could be a coincidence, or that could be worth looking into. Yeah, it's just something I thought of.
No,
But yeah,
it could. Okay, so here's the thing: is if you have a place further south, like Rwanda, Uganda, which I'm very fond of, because they were groups of people that mastered cattle culture. Wow, there's so much stuff that I left out, and they mastered cattle culture. So the cattle culture of the Nile Valley is inherited from a lot from the cattle culture of the South. But when you have places, sometimes what you want to do is separate one place from another place, right? So if they wanted to talk about those regions that they encounter, they would have a particular word. But if they have a place that's similar that they want to rename, they'll rename it. So we can't say one thing is one thing without further research, but we could use linguistics and things like that as a tool. But in this case, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a specifically groups of people in this kind of like large expanse of land of the Nile Valley. And I am just introducing the terms. And then what you can do is that you can look at, I could have made a table of terms just to make it easier, but you see, and then there's terms, for example, that they want to say, oh, it has a Semitic root. It doesn't have a Semitic root, but that's what's written they want to say the cattle came from the Levant. Some cattle came from Levant.
No, I'm not having that.
The early period, some cattle came from the Levant and they mixed with the African cattle, but
that's an unproven theory. That's not supported. The idea that the cattle came from the Levant and mixed, they had to
cattle.
But they had to create because looking into this, and feel free to correct me, but they had to create a different species because African Kemetic cattle were horned cattle, which is the Shanga cattle breed that's found in Africa. It's the same one.
They had longhorn. They had a variety of different types of cattle, and then using their pastoral sciences, they learned to kind of breed cattle. I was
just gonna say, because the story of breeding that I've heard is they've created they've tried to create the idea that Africa's longhorn cattle is a result of breeding between a native African, I can't remember what they call it. It begins with SH. I'm sorry, the word slips my mind. But a native African kind of like almost goat species and European cattle, and they have no evidence for that. Because what they've tried to do is they've tried to take the idea of pastoralism and make it seem like it was something that was borrowed from the Near East or borrowed from Mesopotamia.
Yes,
but Africa has a cattle culture that predates any of that, and that's provable in the cave paintings. It's provable in the remains. They find that Africa's longhorned cattle is the domestic breed that's utilized throughout the continent. So that's my only thing.
But what I'm just saying is there's different cattle groups, right? And then over time, these cattle groups overmix. I don't want to. We can come back. I'd love to come back and we can talk about cattle. But that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is that agree with King's monologue that we inherit things that we still have to research, but let's list the research questions, and that's what King's monologue does. He is a skeptic, super skeptic. So I'm not. But what I pretty much said is that this whole region had a cattle culture. Most of it is indigenous cattle culture. Some of it is because people are trading, people are cattle thieves. People need food. People are exchanging, bartering, right? Whatever, right? So we have, and then we have different color species. We have the red cow, the desert cow. We have the Kim cattle. We have the hedge cattle. We have the mixed cattle, the sob, the speckled cattle, right? So, so we have populations. We have populations of cattle, right? So, okay. So a lot of so I introduced the term Neheshi, and I introduced there are Neheshi groups, and those Neheshi groups I mixed in was the Wawat, the Urchet, right, the Setu, Yam, and then other groups, the Tamhu and the Chechenu, right? Those are the groups, and then there's conventions like Kush, the European conventions, all right, which sometimes is useful to categorize, but if we can be more specific, we actually should be. All right. So Winnie's autobiography. Winnie's in the Sixth Dynasty. Harkuf is same. They send out expeditions, and then when they send out these expeditions, they find themselves, they need guides from these Southerners, right? And just to be really, how can I say, they talk to a lot of different audiences. Sometimes I will use Nubian, sometimes I won't. right? So in Winnie's, what he finds is the Ijat, the Yam, the Wawa, and the Kau, right? And the Medjai, right? And then they say Libyans, but that would be the Ticino groups of people, right? So what we do is we have a written, truthful, not like the Bible statement of groups of people that are attested, right? So that's what we have. And then what we have is, let me see, because I have a comparison between what uh, uh, Winnie and Harkuf said. So let me see if I can get there. And then in that course, we find a whole lot of things like exchange of goods and stuff like that. And we find another group of population, right? The Ding, DNG, the Ding that we know. That Europeans use the word pygmy, right? But the Ding is there, right? So we learn from Harkuf uh, uh, this thing where the Pepi, I think Pepi II heard that there was heard that there was a Ding, and they was basically like, bring him, capture him, right? Because why? These people are known to do something called the dance of the gods. I didn't put that in there because I didn't need to, but I'm just thinking about it. And these are the groups of people that you hear of Ta-Neter. So Ta-Neter is another word, right? So these are all kind of like traditional words, right? So this Ding, who's a sword person, here it goes right here, a study of dwarves and pygmies, stresses the word used in an inscription, which is Ding, denotes a pygmy, distinct from other terms for dwarves such as the Nimu, and that route implies an origin deep within the southern Nahesi zones. So what I'm trying to just do is kind of catalog some of the terms. So what we have is the reigns of Winnie and Harkuf, right? Both Sixth Dynasty, and what we have is these terms that maybe both of these people seen, right? Winnie seems to have more than what Harkuf discovered, right? And we see all these Tame, Ticino groups of people, right? And Europeans, for a lack of better word, they're going to quickly attach their conventions. You can work through that, right? There is another group called the Earthet Nehesis, but they call them Negroes, and the Mazoi, right? Um, but you would be lapsed to have a conversation and don't know what these terms are. So where else?
Do they give any justification for calling some of these groups Negroes, or is it just literally that they saw one painting of them?
Because the racial world that Petrie and all of them lived, right? The early people that wrote the Waterbull dictionary, right? All the way to the Champollion area with Lepsius, right? What they're doing is they're classifying for their own schools. They don't care about us. They're classifying for their own schools, and at this particular time period, they have classified these terms that we know is outdated: the Asiatic, the Negroid, the Caucasoid, right? All those particular. So they're using their conventions in their universities, and then what we do is, if you're in school, you smile and you finish your paper. You don't get up in the class, right, and see where this professor is coming from, right? And you argue after you get your degree, you argue in your writing. You don't even defend your PhD because someone like Diop, the first time they wouldn't even let him study, right? So Diop had to go through at least twice for a PhD. Why? Because he was so aggressive. It's years in the PhD program. My son is in the
Mm.
PhD group. My son has been in the PhD program for 5 years, and hopefully he's going to defend in July and August, right? Um,
What's
so
what's the what's the PhD in, if you don't mind me asking?
neuroscience.
Oh, okay, amazing,
His
amazing.
mother has a PhD in education policy. Prior to that, she was in a city university trying to get a PhD in physics, but uh, the politics of a PhD. It's all politics.
Yeah.
So what it is politics, right?
Yeah.
So you have you know, people like Sir Flinders Petrie. He's grandfathered in, right? He's rich. He's grandfathered in. He becomes an
Mm.
Egyptologist, but he didn't go to school, right, for it. Though he did some great things in his work. So, um,
On that note, quickly, just give quick shout out $5 donation from James Stewart. He said they pretend North Africans were somehow light skinned 10,000 years ago when Europeans and West Asians were not even light skinned at that time, which is I totally agree with. And he's mentioned in another comment the olive race as opposed to the Mahershala Ali race, which is what they want to. That's really what they're getting at when they say, you know, when they say that Egyptians were North Africans or Levantine. The argument is always a racial one. They're always working with dog whistles. They're not working with the idea that the general public, who they're publishing these papers for, know what a Neolithic North African was racially, because
yeah,
even they aren't being honest
right.
about that. So, you know,
Right, but then we
yeah.
also fall into the trap of using the word African, which is also a convention word. It's a stand-in word for the Afri people, a uh, Amazighi people, that they try to say Berber, right? That fought with the Phoenician groups, right? Hannibal,
Mm.
and Hannibal seemed to be one of them. And then it becomes a stand-in for the whole continent. First, it was a stand-in for a group of people, then an area, right, from the Greeks and the Romans, and then it became a stand-in for the whole continent, just like Asia became a stand-in for a stand-in word for the whole continent, right? Well, they didn't even. Then it became Europe. It became Asia and Europe, and then they figured out it's one continent, it's Eurasia. So we have to work through these conventions, and I don't disagree at all with you um, challenging this, but we have a broad spectrum of people that we have to get through. So the first thing is, well, at least start talking about some of the ethnonyms of the people in the South, right? Right? The Urjet, right? The Wawet, Yam, the Setu, the Medjai, the Kaul, right? The Chinu, the Tamil groups of people, the Ding people, right? So now we have, watch this, now we have those words, but what happens is that's just in that time period. Now, later, these groups will collapse under confederations, right? And they will, some of these groups we will find them as Hekakasu, right? We will find them as the Hyksos, right? Hyksos has been misclassified. It's a confederation of groups of people, right? Who don't like Egypt for good reasons. Don't like Egypt at that time for good reasons, because Egypt, these are places where a lot of these groups used to be able to cross the border in with their cattle for sites that they felt sacred, and the Egyptians uh, created borders. They don't like that. So they went to war, right? And that gets to another person. Okay, so there is another. So then it becomes, well, the pharaohs were only black. The pharaohs were only black, as they say, when the 25th dynasty. Okay, that's what they want to say. But where is this? Okay. Okay, so here's a primary, the Libyan palette, right? And
Mm.
in the Libyan palette, you will see this symbol right here. Uh, this is the throw stick. So this would be the word that would describe a ta, right?
Yeah.
And the throw stick, right? So this is a group of people, the Tehanu, right? Okay. Um, there are other classifications, the Nakata groups, right? So they have Nakata 3, Nakata 1, 2, and 3. That's another classification of groups that they use. But here I was only really talking about the southern and the western. So I didn't talk about the Egyptian populations, the Rebu, the the and then there is the Badarian group, which is a convention, but that's a population that we know comes from the south, right? But it's within Egypt, and they don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but they have done the morphology of the skeletons and stuff like that, and they know that these are old southern groups, but that disappears. But so the groups around, I'm not even going to say Kemet. We brush our teeth with Kemet, 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 Kemet. It was only Kemet until the uh, Kemet became Kemet was a city at first, and then it seemed to become a place name for the whole, a stand-in for only at a particular time because there's also Tameri. So we made Kemet more important than Tameri. So I want to see if I have this this slide over here, or I did not put it, which was I was just trying to do too much. I needed a little bit more time. That's why the paper's not complete. But I did want to say, because I did want to talk about Nehesi. Now there is, I know I have that slide. Oh, I know where it is. Uh, I know where it is. I'll get to it. Okay, so if we go earlier into the history and let's look at, for example, okay, the Ciali Stela. Have you heard of the Ciali Stela?
Um, no, go ahead.
Okay,
It
Ciali
looks
Stela.
familiar, but go ahead. So,
Okay, this beautiful stele right here is in the south, right? It's in the south. So we're going to say Taneta, right? Taneta is a word that I also used, right? It's in the south, right? You could say it's Nehesi, right? Okay, so let's look at this symbol right here. So you have a man here, and he has a third leg, and you know what a third leg is. Sisters know what a third
yeah.
leg is. What a third leg is, right? Okay, but you have this word over here that says ta set, right? So this is ta seti, right? Ta seti, right? And this is in the south, and you have the Horus with the Sharek,
I'm
uh,
looking for the tar. I'm looking for the tar symbol. Where did you
right,
see the tar symbol?
right here.
What, the block?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm used to the
So,
tar symbol being a lot flatter.
say what?
I'm used to the tar symbol being longer and flatter than that.
In this time period, right?
Okay.
So this is an early turn time period. So you have Nakata 1, 2, and 3, but there's more figures that you can convert to Egyptian writing or Mdw Ntr writing
Mm.
in Nakata 2 and Nakata 3, and then that goes into the pre-dynastic period. But we're not talking about Egypt, right? We're talking
Mm.
about what you want to talk about, which is the South, right?
Absolutely.
So before there was an Egypt born, before what we call Egypt is born, it's not Kemet yet. It's Tawi at best. We have writing, which they don't want to deal with. So
Mm.
if you accept the fact that this is Taseti at this time period, then writing was in the South.
Mm.
If you accept that this is Hor Sharek, right? Hor Sharek, then there's writing in the South, right? And you can see this man with his dogs, which is a very telling as to who this person is. So you will see Malhebri with dogs, you will see other groups of people from the South with dogs. They use hunting dogs. This is a Southerner, which you could call Nehes, but he is in this region called Ta Set. And this is Hor Sharek. No, sorry. This is not Hor Sharek. This is Horet, right? Horet Sharek, or it could be Horet. Let me see. And this could be not a Sharek. It could be a Hawat. So this could be Hathor right here. Hawat, Horet, or Hor, right? It could be Horet, right? Not really sure, but I'm thinking because of this, or this could be Hawat Hor. Either way, this would later become what you might say is Hathor. But this is happening in the South. So here it is right here, Taset, right here. Here is the transliterations. These are the Gardner codes, right? And I worked one time with Netaneb, and he was the one who introduced me to the Ciali Stela. The Kustel instance burner from the South again. So a lot of people want to say Egypt. Well, all this stuff was happening before Egypt, right? This is in the South. This is what we want to talk about. So in the Kustel instance burner, interestingly, we have this guy again with the third leg. You see the third leg?
Yep.
All right. So in later, this guy, he would be called Min, right? And another scholar, Jedamonk, shout out to Jedamonk. And I do want to shout out Sarnetta Studios, Black News 102, Smash Rockwell. But I do a lot of work. I do a lot of I used to do a lot of presentations on Sarnetta, Black News 102, and help contribute to Smash Rockwell's channel. So give them a follow. Okay, now in the Kustal instance burner, you have this it could be a lioness or a baboon. We think some people think it's a lioness, some people think it's a baboon. So there's no Mdw Ntr, so we don't know. But what we do know is this guy named Min right here, right? Who becomes Min. Now Min is interesting because, okay, this is like a determinant.
Can I just ask really quickly,
Yeah.
the evidence for him, this being an early iteration of Min, is it just the phallic presentation, or is there other symbols that are kind of pointing us towards the fact that this is an early representation of Min?
Yeah. So simply because you see the symbol right here, and you see this symbol right here, right? So this symbol right here, right, would be in Egyptian Min, right?
Yes,
In
of course.
Egyptian,
Yeah.
it would be Min. So what they don't want to deal with is that this is writing. Why would you put this harpoon and why would you put this fish, right? So Min comes later from what you call Tawi civilization, but this is in fact writing right here.
Yeah, that is the Min symbol. Yes, I can see it loud and clear now that you've shown it. Yeah,
right. And then in back of it, with Dedam Ankh Hekaray's work, that there is this kind of like kangaroo that when his mating symbol, he's always erect. He's so erect that that semen is always coming from his third leg, right? So this is kind of like early writing with a classifier. So you have the sound, right? The sound Min. You have the human figure, and then you have a kind of classifier. But this is writing before. This is what happens writing before writing. But in both of those cases, what you have over here, when you go back to the Kustal instance, when you go back to Kustal instance burner, Sorry, let me make this a little smaller. What's going on here? Lost my place. Okay, when you go over here, right? So this is nothing. This will later have something to do with Egypt, but right now it's the South. So we pay a little less
Mm.
attention to what's going on in the South because they want to make Egypt something else, right? But when we go to the Kustal incense burner, well, no, yeah, okay. So we have some other forms. So we
I
have
just add
this
to that,
whole
that would fall in line with what um, Diodorus of Sicily said about the ancient Egyptian writing system, because he was quite outright in the fact that it originated among in the Southerners, or the Ethiopians as he calls them. He said they created that writing system. The ancient Egyptians inherited it. By the time he wrote that, the ancient Egyptians had lost the ability to write in the sacred format, and they were using demotic. So they weren't writing in hieroglyphs anymore, and only the priests in ancient Egypt knew how to translate the ancient script, that is the hieroglyphic script. But he said in Ethiopia, everybody still writes and reads the ancient way. So in other words, he was saying at that time, all Ethiopians used hieroglyphs, but only the priests in Egypt used them, as people had learned the common tongue instead, which is demotic. So that's quite interesting that Diodorus said that in, I don't know what that would have been. Would that have been like about 300 BC, something like that? I'm not sure. But
yeah.
yeah.
But me myself, I don't care what he says because we actually do the research, and then we can have research topics and talk to the modern scholars, because the modern scholars are the people that we're trying to get in line, right? It's like Plutarch saying that the soil is black, and that's why Kemet relates to the black soil. Because Plutarch said it, I care less that Plutarch said it. He offered no proof that it's the fertility of the soil, right? He didn't discount the Kemet bulls, which are the black bulls, which Apis, the Minervus, the Bacchus bull, right, are all black. He didn't know anything about the Mdw Ntr at all. So I discount them. What I'm trying to help with is saying that there's writing before writing, and it came from the South. This is again, this is Kustal instance burner. So then we have key components that will find itself in because Nakata culture is the parallel culture of this culture that they call Nubian A, and they are trading, talking, sharing. You get the blacktop pottery, right? They are doing all of this, but the iconography seems to come from the South. So, for example, we have we have a chief or a king with a white crown in the South, right? Um, Earlier, then you have it in what you call Tawi civilization. Then you have the whore, the falcon, and the sherek earlier. Then you actually have, believe it or not, this symbol right here, which most likely would be neat, which would be important in the early Nakata or the first dynasty, O Kingdom, where you have Nephhotep, right? This is the goddess Neith, right? And then over here later, prisoners, you will hear this term in Egypt called Seker Ankh, living captives, right? But more importantly, over here, you have, why would they put this harp? Watch, and I'm not even finished with this. Why would they have this that has a sound version that we find later in ancient Egypt, right? That would say men, and then this symbol right here. You see the symbol right here in the back?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you think that symbol is?
Um,
And audience.
I'm trying to see which one that's.
Okay. Well, in the early days, the netter symbol.
Is it the? Oh, what's it
I just
called?
said it. You don't have to
The heck.
guess.
Is it the heck?
Netter.
Is it not? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, yeah. I can sort of see it. Yeah. I can see it now. I was
Why?
thinking it looked a bit like the heck, but no, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, it's netter. So this is the netter
Okay.
men. This is the netter men. And we find in ancient Egyptian culture a better way to say the Netter men, well, when we read the Mdw Ntr, but this is coming from the South. This is before it is, how can I say, standardized. So over here in Egypt, you have this.
So let me ask you a question really quickly. Sorry to cut you off. So I've heard the Netter be referred to as a standard, flag standard. Other people refer to it as being an axe. What do you refer to it as, so that I can see what you're seeing there? What do you think it symbolizes?
It comes from the South. It's a harpoon-like figure in an aquatic civilization. When it gets to Nakata and what we would call Egypt, they like to be distinct. So they use the same kind of thing in a, but one thing I do know is that they have these two symbols. Now, as far as a harpoon, as far as it is a axe, it seems over here is more of a harpoon. And then you will see in the Old Kingdom, you will see it first before the two things are collapsed and it looks like an axe. You will actually see two structures like this, right? Then you will see it as right. Look. If you go back to Tanet, remember the guy what's his name? Tanetta? No, in Diop's book. I gotta if I pull him up, I can read the Mdw Ntr. I can't think of his name right now, but it's in the Diop book. And they talk about a kind of a early Nubian that's the first inhabitant of Egypt. What's his name? Okay. Anyway, in ancient Egyptian, you will see the god Men, right? You will see the god Men. This is the god Men, right? The Netter men. I don't want to say God, right? Okay. So looking at.
Yes. Someone in the chat just pointed out that symbol. I think he's talking about the right angle symbol is on the Nama palette, which shows some early form of hieroglyphs as well. But yeah,
well, that's later. That's later, and that's in Egypt. So, dynastic. So this guy right here, see this symbol right here? You see the Egyptian form of it. It's not closed. It's two structures, right? So why the argument about it being an axe is problematic, because if you separate the two things, right, it's more like it will break. So I don't think it's an axe, right? It's useless, right? Because it will break in battle. It seems to be this symbol right here in Nile Valley Farm. That's my hypothesis.
Just zoom in a little closer on that little brown version, just so we can just have a. Just for my own, my own. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. Yeah. That's clearer now, and the link between the two is now clearer as well.
Yeah, right. In the old form, before it becomes later, the scribes just didn't put the two pieces; they made it one piece, right? So that's what you do in writing, but because I can show you. What's happening in the South, where most people don't want to deal with what's happening in the South. Okay, so here's this symbol right here, which becomes standardized later as neat. So we see here, we would only know that this is neat later when they do the comparison, when they show this and this, right? And then it becomes in what you call Egyptian civilization net, right? Okay, so we know that the headed symbol, and we also know that this is so the white crown and a horse erect. I could do more of this. Didn't want to do a lot of that, and then I talked about the Ticino, the Libyan palette. I didn't want to do more of that later. I mean, right now, but I do. But in my other part of the presentation, I have something that I think that you'd be interested in that ties some of this stuff together, and I will start there. So I'm gonna stop sharing this and bring up something, and that gives us a chance to. So what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at the South. I'm looking at Nahes populations. I'm looking at something that we call Nubian A, right? And I'm trying to give more information on that civilization as it corresponds to what we call the Egyptian civilization. Sorry, I'm out of.
Can I just say as well, that was really useful for you to, because I think a lot of people might be familiar with some of these old pre-dynastic artifacts and know that they came first, but I think you taking us through how those symbols have evolved and formulated into some of the hieroglyphs that make up the Mdw Ntr. That was really, really valuable for me.
That was my other publication. Listen, I mean, the first thing that someone's going to do when you write a publication is try to critique it, right? So I have a whole nother publication. It's about 200 pages on tracking early Egyptian, so-called Egyptian words to the South and the Western Desert. I'll pull it up for a second. What's the audience saying? Are we having a good time? Let me look at the comments.
Yeah, having a good time. We've got 150 in the chat. I'm not sure how many likes we've got, but I know there's been some people online who've been trying to get the likes up. So if you're not liking, guys, what are you doing? Like, make sure you get the likes up. But they're loving trust me, the number of viewers is not going down, so that means they are definitely enjoying it. Let me know. I think brother Reggie needs some feedback, people. So let us know in the chat how you're enjoying the discussion so far. Well, I should say presentation so far, because I'm just letting you roll with it, and I'm glad that you're doing that, because it's very enjoyable and learning a lot, man. Definitely.
I see you. Oh man, Desmond Pacha, right? He's one of ours. He goes into the dojo with me, right? Let me see his sister. I love the sisters. You know, I have a funny story. There was a sister that did a show on. She seems to be a Nubian or Egyptian, and I reached out to her. She was on your show, and I reached out to the sister if she can go on our show in New York, and she was like, "Look, I mean, basically, she sunned me. She's basically like, King's monologue show is bigger, yo. I don't want to go on your show." She never got back to me. That's when I know something was going on, man. I was like, "What? I'm brother Reggie." Yeah, I don't know you. And she did. I know you know her. She did this show. You
need to always lead with the hyperlinks, sir. You always have to lead with a hyperlink. Yeah.
Nah, she just stunned me right out the gate. She's like, "You too small. You don't know." I'm like, "Girl, I'm probably 20 years older than you. I've been with the greats, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clarke. I met Dr. Clarke. I was with him. I met him when he was 70 years old. He was like my grandfather, right? When I had gotten married, he sent me a wedding gift. I was for the last years of his life, when he was teaching, I used to take him home from college, pick him up, and take him home just so I can talk to him. Where's this at? But the sister, she was like, "I'll get back to you later." She never got back to me. I was saying, wow. Okay, so here we go. King of name dropping to legitimize himself.
Don't read.
I'm gonna do it. Who are you? I'm 61 years old. I have worked with Dr. Ben, worked with Dr. Clarke, worked with Dr. Jeffries, right? Got educated by Dr. Rkhty Amen. So those things are not true? So you want to disrespect me, black person? You
don't know if they're black. You don't know if they're black. You don't know. You don't know.
Okay, you just cooling me out because
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, trolling is like it's a very refined skill.
I can name drop because guess what? I can show you pictures with me and them, and I can show you them talking to me. Now, can you do that? Could your daddy do that? Could your mama do that? Could your granddaddy do that? So you don't have anything to name drop I'm telling you my personal history. So I'm sorry, King's Monologue. I have to do this to people like that.
You don't have to. I mean, you can, but the floor is yours. By the way, chat, he's not talking to me if you're just jumping on. He's talking to someone in the chat. Go ahead, Reggie. Vent out.
Somebody in the chat. You can leave the, watch this. You can, I don't want you to look at my information, right? I mean, I'm gonna tell you, you think Dr. Clarke and Dr. Ben were nice people? They were nice people. The people that were nice to them, but they had to do the work. I'm confident in my work, right? That I don't think that you can do a better presentation in your whole life than I can, right? But since you want to say something nasty to me, but let me get back to the positive side.
I just want to just chime in there and just say, yeah, that paper, even though I know you haven't published it yet, and you said you still got a bit more refining to do to it. It's a brilliant paper. I'm telling you right now, it's a really, really good paper. And I said I'll probably take a quote or two. It'll be nice if you got published.
Cite my sources. Cite my sources. You don't have to cite me. Well, the whole thing is, right? The whole thing is I provide sources to my paper. Cite my sources, right? Cite my sources. So when we look at ancient Egypt, right, we find a lot of things that that come from earlier civilizations like Nakata and Nubia, right? So we have Noon, which is, the wavy line and dotted pottery that we have in the Green Sahara and in West Africa, where it really started. Well, then what we have is in Egypt, it finds its way in Egypt, and then they give it the same word, right? This becomes Noon, but this is earlier. So this is a pot. And these have the wavy lines. And so my theory is that this is Noon. Then we have Tefnut, right? It will later become Tefnut.
Oh, can I just say you're not sharing your screen?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. Thank you so much.
I don't know why I just realized you'd be.
No, it's okay. But people that want to insult me, you can leave.
Honestly, they regardless of how much banning my admins do, they always find a way in.
No, so they didn't curse me out, but but they did say something that I don't respect, because I'm giving up my time, and I'm giving up my time to the show. Okay, so did it come up yet? Yeah.
It just disappeared. You had it up and then it disappeared. Can you?
Okay. Because I have this thing. I have this thing with our people that we borrow, we don't credit. Where is it at? And then we like to take shots. So for some reason it's not.
But let's remember, when you're dealing with the internet, you're dealing with a platform of anonymity. So I refuse to allow people to leave comments to wind me up unless I know them and met them personally. I'm just going to assume that they're not even real.
I just happened to look to my right and see something that I didn't like. So let me just move on. Yeah. All right. So let's go on. So ancient Egyptians would borrow from other cultures, right, and write about it. It's not theirs per se. They have their own innovations. But the dotted wavy line pottery is over here, right? This is the wavy line pottery. And the people that created the pottery, starting in really Mali, and then it spread across the Sahara because it had utility. So then we see it in Egypt. This is Noon, right? Why? It's a bunch of pots. It has a wavy line. So I would say this is Noon. Then we have another symbol right here where the lines change. I would say that this is maybe early Tefnut, right? Tefnut is a form of moisture, right? Then what we have over here, I'm just showing you some comparisons. So then we have Nunu Nunet, right, in Egypt, but we are, and then we have a form of Tefnut. So Tefnut where? Here. So this symbol right here is Tefnut, right, in ancient Egypt, right? Just show you a few more things, and then I'll go to another section. Now Gunther Dwyer, he does the Abydos layer, and he created a method. So if we accept his method, then we can argue that some of this pre-dynastic stuff from the South belongs to can be Mdw Ntr. So in Dwyer's work, we have this label, right? In early pre-dynastic, in the earlier Scorpion King and all those burials in those labels. But if we translate this most likely would be Baset in Egypt. Not all of them are right, but guess what? I didn't do this. Gunter Dwyer did it. So disagree with Gunter Dwyer because Reggie's not. How can I say? So over here is Jew. So so he translated this as the Dju, right? And he said this is a compound word, darkness mountain, right? Because of the Jew right here, the mountain, and this over here would be the determinative right here for the Egyptian word for night. And so he sees this night, and I didn't do this. Call Gunter Dwyer pseudo, right? Okay, over here, so we have this particular bird. He calls this the Jahu bird, right? And he says this means sunshine. In Mdw Ntr, this is sunshine. So what I do is, so he says this over here, Jew Grek, right? And he says it's a compound word, administrator of the West, right? And
so it's going back really quickly to the Jahu bird, because that bird looks like the ibis that's being depicted there to me, which is the one that we associate with Jehudi.
Right. So what happens is, right? What happens is, remember, this is early Mdw Ntr. There would be more conventions made. So yes, it does look like that. But when he says that the Jahu bird, right, and who does really great work with this is Jedama Kekere. He does really great work, and he's one of our young best ones. He now is on a first name basis with because he is now presenting at RC and ASAR. So he's presented there 3 times, 1 for RC, 2 for ASAR, and he's going to present this time again, right? And he's a good friend of mine.
Quick shout out to Shesmu Patar Amon. He sent in a $5 donation. He said, love the content always, King's Monologue. So thank you very much, brother. And he's been providing quite a lot of very useful insights there. So thank you very much, brother. You appreciate it. And thanks to Macy, who gave a $2 donation as well. She said thanks to Reggie for coming. So there you go.
Oh, thank you. So now, okay. So I just want to close this out, but I want to just show you some of more of my tables of my published work. So so if Gunter Dwyer established a method, then either his method is correct, and if his method is correct, then we could use that method to go into earlier cultures, right? Earlier cultures of the region, right? Because he created the method. And I'll get through with this in a minute. Sorry. Okay. So here. So here is interesting. Let's see if I could talk for. This is my paper, so I can talk. So over here we have Shu. We have Geb, right? And we have Tefnut, right? And we have the Netter symbol. We have Ra. What we want to do, what we could do, is look into pre-dynastic Nubian and Nakata for those things. But I want to show you something.
Well, those little symbols from the tokens, those tokens that are in, they look like tokens that are in the Cairo Museum, little wooden tokens. Those symbols that you've got images of there.
Well, these I pulled them off actual text glyphs, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, no worries then. Okay, yes.
Because what I'm trying to do is I'm sourcing for the pre-dynastic equivalents before it's standardized in Nakata and Nubian A, right?
Yeah.
So I go into the Egyptian world, and then I drop down. But I want to show you something.
As you're scrolling down, let me ask you a question, because I'm interested to know. What are the implications of drawing a strong link between these pre-dynastic symbols and the Mdw Ntr? Because essentially, it then creates a very important revision to the timeline about the origin of writing, which has been granted to Mesopotamia over Africa and Kemet and the Nile Valley. This essentially says that writing started in Africa, which I think is obvious, but history doesn't like to agree with that. They want to give it to Mesopotamia, and oftentimes without the required provenance. But we're not going to go into that. They want to give it to Mesopotamia, but they have a very clear, earliest point date in Mesopotamia of, I think, 3,500 BC. But these being early pre-dynastic would predate that.
But that's listen. People have gotten PhDs on this BS. People have spent their whole careers. Foundations have given multi-millions of dollars, right, for libraries and other stuff that's all wrong. So, do you understand the monetary implications? Whole museum exhibitions have to be changed. Whole curriculum has to change. I'm talking billions of dollars of change. Do they want to do that? No, they do not want to do that. Do they want to do that? No, they don't want to do that. Why? So they want to keep it status quo. They want to look to places outside of Africa, right? But now America, for example, is bombing the hell out of Iraq and Iran. So the cultures that they want to say that they are sacred, they're just bombing the hell out of them, right?
Yeah.
It don't make no sense. So now they got to look for, now they hate Iran and they hate Iraq, right? But I guess they hate the African more. All right. So this was at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Maybe they sent it out. This is a seated women figure. Now, if you look at it, and you don't look at it with Mdw Ntr eyes, then you don't see any traces of writing. So this is about 34 to 3,600 years, right? This figure. Okay, but if I'm reading the Mdw Ntr, I go down here after I see this beautiful woman's braids, right, in her mouth, 36 to 3,400, right? It's the date of this. Well, then I can look at this and here where her woman parts are, right? In the Mdw Ntr, that would mean pool of water, right? And then and how I got there is then I asked Jed a monk, I said, Jed, look at her back, right? I've been having problems with this. Is this writing? So now you have kind of like a canine figure, right? And then over here, you definitely have a falcon, which is horror. And I was like, Jed, right? He came on a museum trip with me maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And I'm like, he's an advanced student in Dr. Rkhty's class in Mdw Ntr. And I said, Jed, is this writing? And he looks at it. He says, well, Reg, you see this thing right here? See this thing right here?
I could see Mary there.
Or... Well, it's actually horror. It's actually horror. In actual Demotic today, right? So this is the mouth, right? And this is the first part of it, which is horror, right?
Oh, okay. I thought that one on the side looked like the that plow, the hand plow that they used to.
Yeah, it looks like myrrh.
Yeah,
but the problem is it's just the time periods, right?
Okay.
So this is the mouth, the open mouth, and this is a symbol. So there's writing right here. This definitely says whore before anything in Mesopotamia, right? This will become maybe Set, right? Let's see over here.
So sorry, what's the first one? So I get the open mouth, which would be right our symbol for R. Ah, okay. Okay.
And this guy over here is Set, right? And this thing over here is the ses.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
Which would make really sense, right? And but this is in a culture called Nakata, which is corresponding to what we call the Southerners until
Mm.
Norma comes and breaks the, Norma does a couple things. So over here you see the woman bot, but in another in this in how can I say in another time period she looks like this, and this is, you've done work on this where this looks like a cowbird, right? It has the bird and it has the cow horns, and it's a woman, right? And there's many pictures on the web, especially from a family from Rwanda and Uganda, talking about this particular dance. You did a show on the dance, right?
Yeah, I've done a couple pieces. I did an extended little documentary about it and its relation to the horned cattle.
Right. Well,
yeah.
So in the Green Sahara, we have her, the horned woman, right? You see her, the horned woman, and let me just blow this up a little bit, if I can.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to do a quick shout out to Macy, who's left a question for us. She said, "Is anyone studying Proto-Saharan in Sibidi and other Western African writing systems and their relation to the Nile Valley?"
Yeah, well, UNESCO's book on, I think, the gold weights. UNESCO has a article. Let's see if I can find it. UNESCO. So I can tell you what volume. Oh man, I don't keep too many books on. Right now, I do a lot of what do you call it? Digital stuff. But let's see if it's here. If I can find it. So they did a whole thing on the gold weights, the icon gold weights. But in doing that, they looked at other scripts, right? And it's not this one. This is that's a couple of years after. Okay. It wasn't been in there. So I'll find that for you, sister. So for example, in West Africa, you will see something like this, right? Which is the Sankofa bird on a step pyramid. So either they figured out, either the Akan people just figured it out with the step pyramid as a geometric figure, or through some North African trade, they came upon that, or they went to Niger and saw saw the symbol in Niger, right? Yeah, here we go. It's not in here. It's not in this one. So in here there's a lot of figurines like this that are definitely what you could say Nile Valley, right? Symbols that the icons use in their symbolic. Watch this, in their symbolic writing. So yeah. So of course, the headrest and stuff. The headrest comes from Ethiopia and from the south, and it gets itself to Egypt. But that's not what I want to do. I want to answer her question.
Yeah. It's very, very universal across Africa. The headrest, literally, it's like, yeah. I think it just came as a default of any kind of ethno-trichology in a culture. Basically, any culture where the hairstyles had important symbolism in terms to people's position in society would have an accompanying headrest culture, because you needed something to preserve the hairstyles overnight. So it's very endemic, across African cultures.
If you look at the icon gold weights, now you see the circular pyramids that you will find in North Africa, and you will find in Niger. But it's in this particular book that I gotta find it. So they did, and so UNESCO already looked at this different scripts. So I'm almost there. Thank you. So here it is, right here. So here's the Nsibidi. In this, the Nsibidi, I could tell you. Let me just tell you if they say where it is in UNESCO. Okay. Obenga wrote it in Presence Africa, and so Obenga. Here is another script. This is more Nsibidi, right? This is more Nsibidi, where you see symbols of that would be Nile Valley symbols.
1 second, 1 second. I'm gonna quickly just take over the whole. Let you take over the whole screen quickly, and just ask you to show that again, if that's okay. Does it do whole screen option? There we go. Okay, just show again for us, please. Okay. What you just showed on the screen.
Maybe I could take my camera off instead of doing this. Let's see if I can take my camera off and show it. I know you saw my thumb, so let's see if we can do it like this.
Yep.
So this is the set. Is it backwards or you can see it?
No, it's perfect. It's fine.
Okay, so it says in the following pages we present African scripts before studying the icon symbols, right? So you see the Nsibidi script, right? And over here we see Egyptian, a comparison between Egyptian and Nsibidi scripts, right? Okay. And then over here, there's another script called the Toma script. And let's line this up. We have Toma script. That's the Toma script, right? The Toma script. And then there's going to be a comparison between the Toma script. I haven't done this before. The Toma script and Egyptian scripts. So over here, we do Egyptian, right? Let's go over here, Egyptian and Toma script.
Amazing.
Right? Then over here, there's more. Then there's the Mdw script. We are familiar with the Mdw script. This is Nyanga Bora, who I'm a name drops sucker, right? I met, right? Okay, so here's I come from another platform that I have to deal with people like that. So here is the Mdw script, and then we do a comparison of the Mdw script and Egyptian. Okay. And then we do, there's the Muam script, right? The Muam script. Let's get this here. Here's the Muam script. Okay, I'm getting better. The Muam script. So these are actual writing scripts. These are just not people symbols on. This is actually synthesis, right? Like in columns like Mdw Ntr. And then with the Muam script, we have Egyptian hieroglyphic comparisons between the Muam script, their word usage, sounds, and Egyptian script. Wow. Then there's the Bai script. So I'm gonna work hard for our sisters. Not some of these suckers, the men, they got a lot to say, right? So here it goes right here, the Vaya script, all right? So let's look at the Vaya script. So this is actual African writing. And there's a comparison between Egyptian and Vaya script. You see the hair.
Yeah, so that first.
Hair, right? Yeah, thank you. And then there's the Bete script over here. Let's come there, the Bete script. The Bete script.
People are asking which UNESCO is this?
It's Nyanga Bora. Nyanga Bora wrote the African gold weights. This is from, they did it in the African gold weights. African gold weights. Which volume is this? African gold weights volume. It's the Icon World of Gold Weights by Nyanga Bora, and this is volume 1. Okay, so let's continue. All right. So what I'm just saying is
you might need to type that into the chat for everybody, because I think everyone in the chat, including myself, will probably want to get a copy.
Well, no, the book is the book is probably right now. Each book is probably around about $600 to $800.
Yeah, damn it. I knew you were gonna say that.
If you want I could Xerox that chapter for you, so you can have it. But it's the African. It's the
Yeah. I'm going to put my hand up and ask for that. Yeah, absolutely.
and it's in a lot of libraries. But the thing about it is fully it's color illustrated. That's what makes it so expensive. So here you
Amazing.
see the so-called swastika symbol in Africa, right? You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an African symbol, right?
I did not know that.
Huh?
Shout out to Has Valiant, who's donated 1,000 naira. I appreciate you. He said, Insabidi, wow, from Nigeria. Thank you for the knowledge. So a big thank you from Has Valiant there. Thank you, Has Valiant. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So you can start looking it up. African.
BC Suno just looked it up. He said it's $950.
Oh yeah. So watch this. Two different volumes. I have 2 volumes, right?
Okay, I'm putting a bid in.
Huh?
I'm putting a bid in. I'll give you $100 for.
I had a book and I lent it to a young person. He stole it. But anyway, if you could put in the chat for me what the name of the book is. And so let me so I have a whole nother section, but I'm gonna shut this part down, look at some of the chats and get some water, right? And hope I'm doing all right, King's Monologue. I hope I'm
having well, I'm going to talk selfishly and say I'm having a great time, brother Reggie. I'm sure you can hear me right now, so I'm just going to keep talking even though you're off screen. I think it's just been really valuable, man. Seeing this is a different approach to looking at old artifacts than I've been able to do before, and someone who's done the groundwork to find the links between some of these old symbologies and what eventually would evolve to become Mdw Ntr, man. That is absolutely priceless, man. So thank you very much, man. Appreciate you.
Now, what I do now in the second part or I could summarize it or I can come back, is I go to them, to their face and ask them. I talk to them directly, mano y mano, or I go to their conference, or someone like Jedemonk and Monica, they will go to the conference and get me. So anyway, if you can buy me a cup of coffee or sandwich from McDonald's, I appreciate it. So it's not a lot when I see new things. I see new things today. Excellent work, Reggie. Thank you so much.
I also want to give a shout out to I need to give a shout out to Has Valiant, who's just gifted 5 memberships. So appreciate you, brother, a lot. That means a lot. It means a lot. Appreciate you a lot for that. And thank you very much for the 400 naira as well. Said he's gonna need 4 copies to gift and free to gift free and keep 1. Good luck with that. Hope you're friends with a millionaire who can fund that for you. Maybe you're friends with Tinubu. That might go over your head. I did a live stream earlier about Tinubu. I'm not a fan, but there you go. Nerd Large has given a $5 donation as well. So has there been any progress in deciphering the Meroitic script? That's a really good question. That's a really good question. I need to know the answer to that. Yeah. Ooh, what happened? We just lost him. I hope that wasn't me. I just leaned on my keyboard, so maybe I just kicked him off the stream. I hope I didn't. Hopefully he'll come back in a second. Shout out to Jao Fours, who says this has been amazing. Nerd Large, we will come back to your question as soon as we get Reggie back. I hope he's realized he's no longer on the stream. Shez Mupatar Amon said, KM, your Kemet Museum vlogs is amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Need to complete that because I haven't even, there's so many more I need to do. You just literally reminded me. I don't think I finished the Cairo Museum. I didn't touch the Grand Egyptian Museum, and I've got like extensive images on all of these. And I got to show you the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization. So I've got loads of these outstanding, outstanding vlogs to do. So yeah, let me get back on that. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate you. Where's brother Reggie? Has he realized he not realize he's not on the stream? Let me message him. Maybe he lost internet. I'm just gonna email him in the background, guys. So don't mind me. Let me see if he's let's quickly pop an email into him. Hey, are you going to join back? It's been a powerful stream so far. Maybe they attacked his house of an EMP. So we need to cut this off. This is revealing too much. This actually gives me a chance to go through some of these comments actually whilst we're waiting for him to come back. Anyone type in the name of that book? BC Suno, if you could type in the name of that book and I could pin it, because I think a lot of people are interested. A lot of millionaires in the chat are interested in acquiring a copy of that book. So yeah, if you could pop it in, that would be amazing, since you did find it. And you maybe could even pop the hyperlink in for the $1 grand purchase price. All those great African civilizations started in the Nile Valley, yeah, and were part of what we know as Egyptian civilization. Yeah, I think so much has been obfuscated through allowing, if you think historically about what Brother Reggie was saying earlier about what the earliest, and I talk about this quite a lot, this overuse of this kind of nation state ideology that permeates. It's a kind of like an anachronistic perspective that ancient civilizations operated in the same nation state mindset that people operate in today. He's back now. So people kind of go, oh, I'm from Iraq, or I'm from Iran, or I'm from this, or I'm from that. And it's just not something that I see reflected historically. People identify with the city or the region that they were from. And oftentimes cities didn't even belong to an overriding nation state unless it belonged to an empire. So a lot of what we classify as ancient Egyptian history is just the history of a city that existed along the Nile Valley that at any point in time maybe didn't even regard itself as Kemet or Tawi, just regarded itself as Waset or, Men-Nefer, without the, the overriding idea or principle of having this large nation state on top of it. And that's not a perspective that is reflected in the way the civilization is looked at now. But anyway, that's a side note. I'm going to hand the floor back to Brother Reggie to continue doing the do. Okay. Glad to have you back. What happened? Did I kick you off, or did your internet run out or something?
No, something happened with my internet. Cool. They don't like me. So, and I do thankfully want to say, okay. I want to say thanks to Frederick Roberts, and I want to say Corey Jarrett and and Clemson Brown, my brother Clemson Brown Jr. Oh wow. So what I did is, okay, we as intellectuals, we fighting for our culture. We can say anything that we want. We can make claims, and there's only some groups of people whose ideas rise to a high level where you can build an audience, like King's monologue, right? Who always gives, he doesn't play. It does entertainment. Not saying that, in this space you gotta do what you gotta do. Hopefully not in a sleazy way, but you got to do what you got to do to build an audience, right? Like my brother Km.t, man, won't y'all subscribe to Km.t, man? Km.t is one of the youngest, best minds, and he actually has to struggle to build a big audience, right? And there's some other there's some places that I'm beefing with. So, but Sinetta, Black News 102, fine, and Smash Rockwell. So let me just go to my desktop and see, and give me a second where I can find this. So what I want to do now, while I source this, is I want to show you now. When you listen to these Europeans, you're gonna be like, what? Like, they agree with me. They agree with me. Like, where are these? So what happened to all the Europeans that were saying these negative things about Africa and stuff like that, and separating Nubia and Egypt? Well, that group of people that used to say that, they're getting pushed back when they present. So I'm waiting for this to come up. Give me a second. They're getting pushed back. Now, many of you don't know, I had a conversation with Dr. Jahi Issa. I'm probably the only African-American Black person that that had to give Hawass a pushback on Kerma and Nubia, right? And do y'all know that I did that? How many people know that I did that? Put one in the chat. Did I go out again?
No, you're here. You're here. They had the question. Yeah, so put one in the chat if you knew that Brother Reggie had a confrontation. Can we call it a confrontation with Zari Hawass?
Okay. What did it? Okay, first of all, give me a second. It might freeze for a second because I'm trying to load up this. I'm trying to load up this video, and that's it. So I went to Jetta Monk and Monica and Dr. Rkhty's Dr. Rkhty Amen's school. They gifted me a ticket to go to the VIP section of Dr. Hawass, Jahi Hawass, lecture at the Javits Center in New York City. It was $800 to sit in front of Dr. Hawass. And so with the $800, that gave me a chance to ask him a question. And I asked him a question, and he didn't answer it. He did not want to answer what he wanted to do is talk bad about Kush and Kerma and the blacks, right? And the blacks. And I'm not going to play all of it because you could find it. Dr. Jahi Hawass, Brother Reggie talks to Dr. Jahi Hawass. So I'm not going to play all that he says for brevity, but I am going to show the part where I push back on him when this opens up. So give me a second. Apologize. But if I had the file open earlier, King's Monologue, I would have had even more problems. So that's why I'm deciding to put it up right now. So give me a second.
That's cool. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm gonna take my for bandwidth. I'm gonna take my picture off until I'm able to load it. All right, there you go. So now I'm trying to load this thing. So how's everything else doing? You could talk to me while I'm doing this. I just
yeah, no problem. Well, we're just having that. I was just going through a few of the comments whilst you were connecting back. There's not, like I said, mostly positive feedback from everyone, and I think people are appreciating the what you've presented today. It's
what about the hater?
In the right pace. I haven't seen the hater. I haven't seen the hater post anything since.
No, not him. It's not him. I'm not interested in him. I'm interested in the rest of the haters. So
no, there's no haters. There's no haters. Okay. There's no haters. This is actually this is a very surprisingly positive chat you got here, sir. You know, it can get very tasty in the comment section at times. You know, you learn to ride with it. You know, you learn to ride with it.
Okay, I apologize. I've clicked the link for it to come on a couple of times and it's not. So give me a few more minutes. So some of the things what you learned today is that the symbology of ancient Egypt went across Africa in many of the known scripts that existed that we know of. And so that's one thing. The other thing is we have a method from Gunther Dwyer that allows us to look at pre-dynastic, because he did it. So if he did it, then other people can do it. And so we learned that. And we looked at some of the, we looked at some of the terms that they used to actually identify words instead of Nubia, like the Nehes and the Nehes groups. And I also talked about the fact that, let's see what's going on. I also talked about the fact that these kingdoms will consolidate later when you have big polities like Kerma. So King, I don't know what's going on. I clicked it a couple of times, and I'm open. So, but this part is, I'm really excited about this. Let's try it one more time from here, and then I'll just have to try. Yes.
No, I was going to say, are you supposed to be sharing your screen right now?
No,
okay.
I'm clicking the video for the daggone video to come up, and the video's not coming up. So
is it a video you've got downloaded? You want to stream it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the problem. So I'm gonna bring in a give me a second. This is frustrating.
Can someone just asked? Thank you very much, S Valiant, for the two, for joining for the membership for a couple of months. He said, "Can you share the handle of the bro Reggie mentioned?"
Share the what?
Handle of the bro.
My Cash App.
Explain. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Maybe your Cash App. Yeah. Put it in the chat, and I'll pin it for this if anyone wants to make a direct contribution. Okay.
Okay. So what's this coming up right now?
Well, send it to me, and I'll have to post it. Otherwise,
I'm more trying to get up this presentation. I'll get to that later. Because in the U.S. they say Reggie's always begging for Cash Apps, but I think my research is better than a lot of this stuff that's out there. And sorry. So while we're doing this, I know what I'm going to show you is going to be about a half an hour or so. But in the meantime, so how does this help your work, King Monologue, if it does at all?
Well, what you showed so far, I think it's been very helpful. I think particularly at the stage that I'm in at the moment, where I'd say I'm kind of at the early stages of looking at hieroglyphs, but also in terms of the way that I interpret hieroglyphs, or at least the way that I try to interpret them, is to look at them relationally. So as you saw, I do have a particular interest in things like ethnonyms and toponyms, because I like to, at every stage, see if I can find examples, comparisons, that are contemporaneous on the African continent, because I think that's an area that's been widely neglected. As you kind of saw that I was doing earlier, even when we were having our discussion, I'll highlight the point that if there's a contemporaneous African city or place that has that name, then that's something that I want to explore, because I know it's been thoroughly rejected, or thoroughly neglected, not rejected, thoroughly neglected in Egyptology, to actually look at African with a fine-tooth comb. So yeah, it's been very, very useful for me, particularly like the artifacts like the Crystal Incense Burner, which I knew, and I was able to identify some of the more obvious symbology, like the crown of Upper Kemet, or what we call the crown of Upper Kemet. We should probably call it the crown of Ethiopia, or the crown of Kush, because that seems to be where it originated. But that crown I was able to identify, but then you've highlighted to me the existence of other symbols on that same artifact, which I can now say, hey, look, that's Min there, or that's such and such there. So yeah, it's been very useful for me.
Okay, part of the program seems to be coming up, not the video, but maybe my editor. So that might
Mhm.
help. So that's great. One of the things that we do is we can have theories and stuff like that, and we have a lot of those type of things. Uh, the thing is that we can run it by each other, right? So so sometimes we go a little bit too far, and what we call it is not you, but what we call it pseudo judo. So some people, they go too far and they make things which that they in fact not, right, and that becomes problematic. But I like your work, so
Yeah.
um and there okay, so let me
Well, in
see.
that regard, I would say that we have to also acknowledge the fact that as people of the Black or African um, persuasion, we are working on the negative side of the Hegelian dialectic, in that,
Yeah.
you know, Eurocentrists have been making up
Oh,
baloney for hundreds of years now, completely unchecked. You know, even in regards to what look at what we looked at today, and all of those words which they just translated to Negro. That's not scholarship. That's just racism. That's like pseudo to the nth degree. And actually, when you're talking, it reminded me of the fact that not even long ago, when I went to the British Museum about 20 years ago, they were still mistranslating one of the Siniswet the Third's steles, where I think he's talking about keeping the Nehesu beyond a certain border. They were in the British Museum. They were still translating the word Nehesu to blacks then, and I remember calling one of the curators and saying, "Why have you translated that word to blacks?" And I didn't know a lick of Mdw Ntr back then, but I just knew that that word didn't translate to blacks. I knew the closest word they had to blacks was Kemet, and I couldn't see that anywhere. So they were still doing that, and that was 20 years ago. Now I couldn't find any references of that in the British Museum today, so it seems like the pressure from people doing what we do has built up on them. But the point I'm making is that they've been able to come up with crazy theories for hundreds of years now that are total crackpot crap with no kind of basis, and they've just thrown it out there, and they've presented as scholarship, like you said, you know, Petrie not even trained, you know, and he's the basis for a lot of their, you know, for a lot of their beliefs and understandings. So I would say we're at a bit of a liberty to be a little bit more liberal with the theses that we present, to say I can see a link here, but then also just be on. I think we just got to be sharp enough to then be able to check each other with the antithesis, you know, so that you can synthesize something that's sensible. But I think that propose your thesis at the end of the day, because sometimes things can sound crazy, but we might not have the legs or the financial backing, because a lot of these people are funded. A lot of these research, you know, you're putting out papers off your own back, and I know what that feels like because I've done the same. I've written academic papers. I'm doing that off my back. I've got no funder. That's a loss leader for me from the start. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not making any money from it, but I'm committing my time so that people can explore this area that hasn't been explored before. These guys are getting funded by big, massive institutions. So I would say present your
Billions,
thesis.
billions of dollars,
And
just like they put
yeah,
up that BS gym museum, Grand Egyptian Museum, right?
exactly.
To promote a particular propaganda, not necessarily having anything to do with the truth, because they still don't like black people, right?
Exactly.
Not all of them, but at the same time, is don't tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing positively to the Nubian people, because
Yeah.
you don't want to give them visas. You don't want to do stuff for them. All right.
Mm.
Anyway, uh,
I just want to
so,
add to that very quickly. I think sometimes that we are too harsh on some of our scholars who are doing more adventurous work. That's the only thing I'd like to say. You know, they have every right to present a thesis, particularly people on the continent. I'm very, very interested to hear people who actually this is their culture, and who understand different aspects that are actually, this is their culture, they practice this every day, and they can see something that's reflected in ancient Kemet that seems to, you know, I wouldn't want to hold them back. I'd say present your thesis, let's hear it. Okay, people can call it pseudo all they want, but then we're either gonna have the evidence to back it up, or we're gonna have the evidence to refute it. But I would say present it. That's my
write an abstract. Write an abstract.
Exactly.
I'm not
exactly.
First of all, if you can't write, if it's a PowerPoint program and you can't write, then because any scholar is going to tell you, let me see you write it, right? Let me see your abstract, right? I don't want to be like that, but sometimes we have fanciful ideas that can't be backed up, right? And then we're really just promoting ourselves, right? What I see, we have to at least apply this as training, the same academic status. But now let me just see if you can hear this, right? Let me just play and see. Could you hear it?
Yep. Loud and clear.
Many people believe in this. The third theory, that the origin of the Egyptian is a cemetery was excavated by Petri in Akkad, and he said with a big study that this could be the origin of the Egyptian.
Okay, so good, you can hear it. So let me just go back to the beginning. Let's see if I can go back to the beginning, because I don't know. Okay, so just to start this, entanglement, the current state of ancient Egyptian and Nubia in academia, 2026. I'm dedicated to my first Africana Studies professor, Edward Vivian Dalrymple Scobie, born in Dominica. He's a World War II Royal Air Force bomber pilot, author of Black Britannia. Credits, I'm going to name drop, but these are credits. Jedamar Kekere, Monica G. for conference assemblage, Dr. Maria Gatto, if you don't know her, Dr. Vanessa Davies for correspondence, the organization's ASAR Nile Valley Collective, the William Hansberry Society, ASCAC, Association for the Study of African Civilizations, and YouTube channels, Km.t, Smash Rockwell, Times TV, Black News 102, that's Sarnetta, and my professors, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Rkhty Amen, Dr. Joseph Jochannan, and Dr. Henrik Clarke. So some people open up to God. I'm open up to the people that help me. Okay, so let's listen to Dr. Hawass.
But there's still many people don't believe in this. The third theory, that the origin of the Egyptian is a cemetery was excavated by Petri in Akkad, and he said with a big study that this could be the origin of the Egyptian. Then what I want to say, that I'm not against it, but this is the truth. That the kingdom, of course, the Black Kingdom, ruled Egypt at the end of the...
Watch this. He said, this is the truth. Listen to his truth now. Let's go back just a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Listen to his truth. He's going to tell us all that this is true. Watch this. Listen to him closely.
But there's still many people don't believe in this. The third theory, that the origin of the Egyptian is a cemetery was excavated by Petri in Akkad, and he said with a big study that this could be the origin of the Egyptian. Then what I want to say, that I'm not against it, but this is the truth. That the kingdom, of course, the Black Kingdom, ruled Egypt at the end of the Egyptian history, 500 BC. That's my view.
But Dr. Hawass, really quick.
We only have
one quick, since you talked about the Black Americans. I do want to say one thing. The modern Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians, and you have sub-Saharan DNA. That's what makes you distinct from the ancient Egyptians. But thank you and welcome to New York.
Okay, so in this conversation, he never really want to answer my question. Then he want to say, well, maybe you don't believe this, but it's the truth. No, I don't believe it, Dr. Hawass.
It's a complete logical fallacy, what he said. Sorry, it just irritates me, because a complete logical fallacy. His argument was, they're not the ancient. You've mentioned the pre-dynastic and these people all being black, but I'm going to tell you now that the Kushites ruled the 25th dynasty, whatever, and that was at the end of the ancient Egyptian. What has that got to do with the evidence that you've presented that you have to acknowledge the pre-dynastic link. That's that's what you call a straw man argument. It doesn't make any sense that he's even raising that. But anyway, sorry, carry on.
No, you're absolutely right, and I noticed that, and Mr. Egyptian Indiana Jones, right, stealing Harrison Ford's identity. You're gonna tell me, you're gonna lecture to me, and then you think I must just stand there, and I'm saying, no, Dr. Hawass, since you talked about black people, right? Since you said all of that, here's my retort. So let me see if I can get to this again.
That's my view.
But Dr. Hawass, really quick. Wait, one real quick. Since you talked about the Black Americans, I do want to say one thing. The modern Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians, and you have sub-Saharan DNA.
So that part he didn't want to deal with, because the fact of the matter is the modern Egyptians are distinct from the ancient Egyptians. They are they're connected to Turks. They're connected to Ottoman Turks. They're connected to Greeks. They're connected to Romans. They're connected to Arabia. They're connected to they're marrying English people. They're marrying French people. How can I say? And they have a long history of enslavement in the trans-Saharan slave trade. So I'll say don't forget Eastern Europe, because that's a major contribution to their ancestry. They like to ignore the Black Sea slave trade. It's a major contribution. But yeah, sorry, carry on. Right. So you're as much as all those other populations. So that makes you distinct from the ancient Egyptians, because they had none of those populations. So I told that to him in his face. All right, so let's move on. I hope that was.
That was nice. You said it with your chest as well. So I like to hear that. That was good. Yeah, he didn't beat around the bush. You hit him hard. That was like a verbal slap you hit him with, which is what I like to hear.
Yeah, your lips, your nose, all of those things that you carry. Some of that comes from Africa. You're acting like, okay, so.
But he's a big child. Even though he answered, he's like a big kid. Do you know what I mean? Let me tell you something. Actually, the Kushites only ruled 25th dynasty. It's like, what has that got to do? Like, you haven't disproven anything about the pre-dynastic. And obviously, we could go through that. But even the pre-dynastic, you haven't dealt with that. You're just ignoring that. And you've just brought up the fact that they conquered again in the 25th dynasty. Until like that was the introduction of black people into Egypt. He's a moron. He's actually a moron. He's a moron.
Well, I got a chance to talk to him, and I respect the fact that he took my question, because he didn't have to take my question. And so it moves the dialogue, because guess what? He said it and I recorded it, and you have it, right? Yeah. Okay. So
he said a lot of things, hasn't he, though? He said a lot of things, and they're never honest, and they're never complimentary. So, you know, I haven't got this hang up where I feel like I have to respect people for their title. I respect people for, like, you know, there's plenty of Egyptologists out there who have evolved with the times and evolved with the evidence that has been produced over the years, and have changed their perspectives and are much more honest in their outlooks. He's not one of them. He's stubborn. So I'm not going to reserve respect for him, because I haven't seen anything that he's done that is worthy of me giving him respect or honoring him as someone who even has an iota of honesty. So I can't. I know you're going to do that, but I'm not going to do it. I don't feel a liberty to kind of like, oh no, but I respect him, because I don't respect him. I don't respect him. If he wants to be honest, I start being honest, I'll respect him. But if he's going out there and knowingly lying, and having this kind of hate boner for the black native population of Egypt, because bear in mind there are black Egyptians and he's aware that they exist, and the way he treats them is horrendous. So no, I don't have any respect or any time for him. That's just me personally.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just going to say that I already know I can't go to Egypt anymore, right? Right. I know I can't go, right? So
why do you say that? Have you literally been blacklisted? Because I do a good job at keeping my you know, my travel identity.
I
off
don't
the-
want to
off the
disappear.
internet.
They're like, go ahead, Reggie, right? Leapfrog, right? I could disappear. I'm only a human being. I could
They
disappear.
ain't doing
there.
nothing. They ain't doing nothing to you, Reggie, man. Don't worry. I went there the other day. Trust me. I'm notorious. I'm as notorious as they come, given my face is so, you know. And I went there the other day. I didn't feel away. They gave nothing to me, man. Sure.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. I've been arrested. I've been detained in Jordan. I have already been detained in Egypt. I mean, detained, right? Walked to the, all right, both in Jordan and in Egypt. And I was, then we were all detained in West Africa, in Senegal. And all of them, they pointing guns at us. So you can talk your talk.
What year was that? What year was it? What year was that?
86.
Yeah,
Senegal.
yeah. It was different. Listen, I'm not gonna deny it was very, very. See what I'm doing right now on this channel. I only started this channel a few years ago now. I think this channel's less than 4 years old now. But I started this channel less than 4 years ago now because it's the first time that I felt it was safe to do so. If you'd asked me, I wouldn't have started this channel 10 years ago. 20 years, definitely not 30. The further back we go, in the 80s, no way. You know, there's the threat was very, very tangible. But I would say it's not so much the case now. I think that the world's too much of a complicated place now. But yeah, anyway, that's my point of view. Let me not sidetrack you. Go ahead, brother.
I've been guns pointed at me in New York, and guns pointing at me at overseas, and yeah. But anyway, so let's get to it. Okay, so you heard Dr. Hawas's statement, and I had criticizing the people of the blacks, right? And that they were only the pharaohs of, well, I beg to differ. So I'm going to show you some. But first, I'm also going to show you what other scholars are now saying. Okay, so let's go.
That's what makes you distinct from the ancient Egyptians. But thank you and welcome to New York.
Thank you, thank you. For example,
oh, shoot. I should have paused it. So let's go. All right, so next I'm going to show you Dr. Maria Gatto, right? So I'm sorry if I play this over again, but this time I'm going to pause it. So I wrote Dr. Maria Gatto and asked her some questions. So let's why is this not working? Okay, so there it goes right there. So Dr. Maria Gatto, who is an expert on Nubia, she is one of the finest, been doing this work. There's others, Bruce Williams, there's Maria Clora, there is Vanessa Davies, there is Dr. Ashby, there is a lot of them. Anyway, what she said to my question is the lack of sites and people in Nubia during the first half of the third millennium has been interrupted as a consequence of Egyptian domination in the region that pushed people away. I have argued that because of the rise of the new Egyptian power, that's Norma, but also because of other reasons, among others, climatic changes, people did not disappear from Lower Nubia, but went back to a more mobile way of life that includes more desert-oriented occupation with only seasonal presence along the Nile, hence the lack of permanent sites. Nubian and Egyptians share a common cultural background that takes two distinct directions only during the state formation period, right? So earlier, they were together. This makes it difficult to distinguish between the two, meaning Egyptians and Nubians are the same people. But then it depends on what we're looking for. Identities are constantly constructed and reconstructed for a number of reasons. A Nubian living in Egypt may want to address his Nubianness on only specific occasions, while others may prefer to be seen as Egyptians, right? The Nubian will not be the same as a Nubian still living in his homeland, as he will not have had the same experience as a Nubian who moved into Egypt recently or in the past. It's a very complex issue. So we have Mayor Hepri. He's actually a Nubian noble person, and we have others that I will show you, but they are Egyptian, using that word as far as their nationality, and they express their Nubianness in their death. Okay, so let's continue.
Can I just dig in on Maya Hepri really quickly?
Yes.
And because I understand he was the what's it called, the fan bearer for the pharaoh, and he was also, he had the title ambassador to Kush, or viceroy to Kush.
Yeah.
Are we satisfied that the evidence suggests he was Nubian, or is there an outright, is there something that outright declares him to be a Nubian, as opposed
sure,
to
his grave goods. His grave goods. He has dog collars, right? He has he wears the Nubian underwear as a bowman. He has he's a bowman. He's a magi. He has his weapons.
Okay. So Tar Seti. So is there a possibility he could be from the first nome, which was Tar Seti?
So
because I guess I'm asking you because it's this conflation is something that I deal with quite a lot. This kind of conflating that when someone is symbolically aligned with Tar Seti, they are seen as foreign, without regarding the fact that you could be Tar Seti and Egyptian because it was the first nome. So this is it's the othering of Tar Seti is one of the biggest issues that I really that I like to deal with, because Tar Seti was a part of the nation, so to speak. So I guess that's why I'm just asking the question.
Because they're all the same people. So when you do that, you seem to be separating people. They're all the same people. They're all the same people. They look, they might be lighter in one places and darker in other places, but they're the same people. So just because they're in Tar Seti, but they may have still cultural differences. Each nome had their own, was different. They had their own.
This is my point. This is my point. So if you other Tar Seti, then what's to stop you from othering, Com Ombo, or what's to stop you from othering, Denderans, or what's to stop you from othering, Memphites or Thebans? You could start to other everybody as they're not an Egyptian, they're a Memphite. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. We're satisfied that all of these other nomes, all 41 of the other sepats, we're satisfied are fully 100% Egyptians, but this one sepat, we for some reason raise a question mark. Did you understand what I mean? I guess it's go on.
I do agree, but I see them as all one region until early Europeans separated, right? They're all the same people. They look the same, but they have different cultural complexities. Some may show some. I have other characters that I will show, but we don't need to separate them. We just need to see it as African people along the Nile.
Yeah,
right?
But I guess my issue is the moment we denote that individual as a Nubian, we have to accept that all of Egyptology and most people you'll talk to is going to regard that person as being foreign, not native.
That's them.
This is the issue.
That was.
Is it helpful to call them Nubian? Is my question. Yeah.
Well, the only reason why is because they're not necessarily part of the long-term nationality of Egypt, or they show their Nubianness. So she says this. She says a person living in Egypt, right, may decide might want to address their Nubianness on specific occasions, right? While others, right, meaning the people living there, might want to only be seen as Egyptians, right?
I see. I'm not hearing all that. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I know that you've quoted this person, but I'm hearing it now, and the more you read it, it doesn't make sense to me.
Okay,
it doesn't make sense to me because I guess the reason I'm saying that is because we've just acknowledged the fact that each nome and each Shapat, and I push this as well, each Shapat has its own culture, you know, or have its own norms, you know, and we know that it progressively just gets different the further you go down the Nile towards, you know, the Delta region. Cultures change, beliefs change, the Eucharism changes in terms of who your totems are from Sapat to Sapat. All of those things are changing as you go from one to the other. Yeah. So when she says, oh, you know, a person might want to show their Nubianness rather than their Egyptianness, what does she mean by Egyptianness? Do you understand what I mean?
Right.
Because
Okay.
if you was to isolate, let's isolate Waset, for instance, yeah, and grab a Theban, yeah, thoroughly embedded in Upper Kemet in the south, yeah. Egyptology has created these two monoliths called Nubia and Egypt, and they might turn around and say, well, you know, the Wasetians were 60% Nubian in their culture and 40% Egyptian. I mean, according to who? What are you talking? What are you talking about? Respectfully, do you understand what I mean? Like that's how I'd say to them, what are you talking about? It's a native culture.
Same people, different cultures, right? Same people. Like I'm in New York. People from Cali, they have a different culture. We same people. They have a different. So we're talking about the peopling is the same.
Yeah.
Cultural differences.
Yeah. Okay, and I guess my point is that every gnome had a different culture, and I just but I'm saying every gnome had a different culture.
Okay,
and so that's my
family
issue.
From Nigeria, right?
Say that again.
Where's your family? Where's your family from? Nigeria?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You living in the UK, right? You live in the
Correct.
UK?
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to express your Nigerianness. Sometimes you don't have to, right? Sometimes for particular reasons, for rights and for other things, you're gonna express that you live in the UK, right? Okay. And there's other times where you want to, you want to strut and say and strut, right? There's a lot of Caribbean people from Jamaica and from other places living in the UK. Well, for jobs and some other reasons, and they're in the UK, but when they go to party, they from their homeland. Same
so
thing.
I guess where I'd say there's a difference is, I think of it more like this. Yeah, let's call a Tarseti, just for want of making this simple. Let's call someone from Tarseti Scottish. Yeah, and let's call Kemet Great Britain. Yeah. Now Scottish people are very distinctive. Yeah. They're very distinctive for the English, very distinctive from the Welsh. Yeah, very distinctive from the Irish.
In which way?
They've got the culture, everything. Yeah, culture, the accent, temperament. They just got their thing. They're Scottish, you know. But the difference is, no one would turn around and say, "Oh, we found a Scottish artifact. This isn't British." Everyone accepts the. I'm talking contemporaneously right now. Everyone accepts the fact that a Scottish person is a Brit. Yeah, you're Welsh, you're a Brit. You're English, you're a Brit. These people are all British. They're distinct cultures, but they're British. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So they're British. So my issue is when they find Egyptologists, when they find things to do with Tarseti, which is a part of Kemet, they will treat it like it's like a Scotsman, like he's French. Do you understand? It's no longer part of Britain. Britain is the overriding state, so to speak. I don't want to use the word state, but Britain is the overriding polity. Yeah. And so Scottish person is always British. But if you find a Scottish artifact or a Scottish person and treat them like they were French, this is the issue. They treat Nubia like it's France. I'm not going to say Nubia. Forget Nubia, because we're talking about that covers lots. Nubia is meaningless. They treat Tarseti like it's France, and you can't do that. Tarseti will always be a part of the Egyptians. Do you understand what? That's where I'm having the issue here.
Here's the thing.
So I feel like
let's just deal with this. Let's just for the purposes of this, it's the whole region. Let's not put any classifications. Let's just look at populations along the Nile. right? In this case, they're just talking about people and people along the Nile, and with different cultures, different heritage, right? Some people always lived in what we call Egypt, and some people lived in how can I say, lived in the south. Tasseti is a place. Remember, Narmer now, he captures all of these places, and then they become nomes. He creates a border, right? So Tasseti is captured, or part of the group of Tasseti, or the people that went with him, and then other people are renegades. Okay, but let me just move on, right? Those are
no. It was good to have the chat. I just wanted to throw that out there. I have to be honest about what I was reading there. I was like, this is a part of what I feel like I'm constantly trying to correct. The kind of like, I don't like, first of all, the refusal by even modern Egyptologists who are more informed to not be clear about Tasseti's role in Kemet. That's my first thing. And my second thing is I feel like there needs to be more transparency about the application of the term Nubia, and sometimes it's misapplication. But sorry, carry on.
Oh, I want to say shout out to my brother La. I was supposed to meet with La at 6, so I said, but brother La, put anything you want in the chat. I know why you might be calling me, but my good brother La. Okay, so I had 2 appointments today, but this is important. So let me just go on.
Realms.
Okay. So here's Maria.
You can see from the presence of rock art. This is one of the earliest rock art in Africa. And we have burial grounds in Nubia. Things that you don't have in Egypt at all until the 5th millennium. So something, that is so much important in the tradition of the Nile Valley, always cemeteries everywhere. And they were already present in Nubia at the end of the late Pleistocene, so more than 10,000 years ago, particularly in the middle Nile region, because there is a lot of space along the valley, in the valley. And we have evidence of large cemeteries, burial grounds, already in this period. And in that tomb up there.
Okay, so one of the things that she said is, in the place that we're calling in the south, there's cemeteries there 10,000 years old, right? In the place that we, before what we call Egypt was heavily populated. There's cemeteries all over Nubia, right? In the south, or in this, what they're calling Nubia, Upper Nubia and Lower Nubia, and they were in the south. And so now they're looking at it. Okay, so let's go. What's the last thing?
That you can see in the drawing, so dated around 6000 BCE, we have the earliest evidence of a bucranium from a domesticated cattle. So we have the earliest evidence of domesticated animals in...
So she's going to walk through from 6000 BCE in the south. You've never seen this before, nowhere. She's going to talk about burials. She's going to talk about cemeteries. She's going to talk about, and I just cut it down, she's going to talk, and she's going to talk about cemeteries that are or Southerners, and we'll get to that. But let me play it. Okay.
The Nile Valley is the 5th millennium where we have grow in number. There is a peak of cemeteries and campsites, particularly in Upper Nubia. There are so many tombs and so rich with their offerings, and you can see a lot of horn and bucrania of cattle again, and also other animals like sheep and goat. Why is important the 5th millennium? Because this is the moment where, not just in Upper Nubia, where I told you, the landscape is very convenient if you want to settle along the Nile, because there is space to stay there. So not only in this place you have a proliferation of cemeteries, so of communities that are at least most of the time settled along the Nile, but also in Middle Egypt, where for the first time we have this kind of evidence connected with the so-called Badarian culture, and also in the south, in the Khartoum region. What is interesting is...
Okay, so did y'all hear that? So she has evidence of looking at the south and connecting it into Egypt, the Badarian groups of people, at a very early time period. So she has evidence of pottery showing that you look at it in Khartoum, or you can look at it in the, how can I say, lower, what we call Nubia, and you have connections to Badarians. So these people are moving, one people, right?
Is that both north and south of the Middle Nile region, south of Nubia, we have pottery that has connection with the central region. We have evidence also in the deserts of people living mostly in the desert environment, so more mobile and more, let's say, pastoral oriented in their economy. We have particularly evidence of tombs, tumuli, stone superstructures. There are also a lot of monuments of stele, of animal burials, so a very symbolic realm that we can see from this kind of evidence. So this is, let's say, the cultural environment up to the 5th millennium, a very shared pastoral-oriented environment. Things change during the 4th millennium with the process of state formation in Egypt. Egypt must differentiate, create a new identity. And it does that by settling along the Nile in a more permanent way. So two different, let's say, complex polities develop at the end of the 4th millennium. One, of course, is ancient Egypt, that we all well know. The other one is in Nubia, and we call it the A group. So the A group is another complex polity, just like ancient Egypt. The difference is that it's not based on the same kind of socioeconomic background. So ancient Egypt is based on communities living along the Nile in larger settlements or in proto-urban centers. Agriculture is the main economical source, and so on and so forth. Nubia instead, and so the A group, continue to have this kind of semi-mobile or semi-permanent approach to living the landscape, pastoral-oriented also in the economy, and so on and so forth. So, of course, the kind of political system that you get out of these two different cultures, societies, are different. Is different.
Can I ask you to just pause there quickly?
Say what?
Can you just pause there? Because I have a question to ask on this note. Yeah, because I noticed that. Thank you. Can you hear me? Because I've got a question to ask you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Brilliant. So I've noticed that when it comes to pre-dynastic, let's just say Egypt, I know whatever, but let's just call it Egypt. When it comes to the pre-dynastic era, we have, for instance, on this screen here, she's showing the Kustal instance burner. We have a number of, Badarian potteries, artifacts, all concentrated in the region that we would call the south, sometimes creeping into Upper Egypt, but mostly concentrated in the south. But then she's kind of presenting this idea that you had two concurrent pre-dynastic cultures, but then her evidence for that is to show us a dynastic artifact, which is the Narmer palette, which was crafted obviously after the establishment of the two lands. So my question is, do we have pre-dynastic artifacts that are in Lower Egypt that are in the Lower Egyptian region to prove that they had some kind of contemporaneous.
Yeah, she did that. She did that earlier. Well, and I'm cutting away of a lot of her presentation just for the audience here. But the fact of the matter is, she says that we could see the evidence in Badarian. Badarian isn't what you call pre-dynastic Egypt proper, right? And so what she's saying is, this is a how can I say, this is a she only points to the point of Egypt in pre-dynastic, because because when she's showing the Nerma Palace, she's actually showing elements of pre-dynastic in the war that becomes Egypt, but Egypt doesn't become Egypt. In here, in this, where she's making a point that these are the same people, different cultures, and the cultures, right? That's what she's doing.
No. I'm just specifically trying to get to the, so Badarian is the answer. How far north did the Badarian go? Because I know the Narma Palette, we're talking about the Hierakopolitan region, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
I think that's what it's related to.
The Badarian encompasses we could pull up a map, but the Badarian civilization encompasses all of that, right?
So how far north did it go to the Delta, or are we stopping at Memphis? Just so I get an idea.
Not at the Delta. Further than on the top of up into the top of what they call Middle Egypt, right? Okay. But not necessarily the Badarian, right?
Okay, fine, brilliant.
But
okay, perfect.
Okay, but okay.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
That the A group polity was less complex and less important than the Egyptian one, and it's probably a possibility that the territorial state developed in Egypt is based on this kind of mobility and use of the landscape of the territory that is this ancestral Nilotic tradition. But what is interesting is that the main sites, settlements or cemeteries in Lower Nubia and also in Upper Nubia, so all the stars that you can see on the map associated with the so-called A group culture, are placed along the river, but at the intersection, at the end or the starting point of desert roads, the interregional trade. And so it's thanks to this kind of knowledge that they had, that was associated with the pastoral tradition, that they could develop this kind of complex polity in response and in a strong interplay with pre-dynastic Egypt, with the state formation in Egypt. And also the presence of cattle graves associated to the human graves. So again, this kind of symbolism connected to the pastoral world that is keep present in Nubia. Of particular interest is the presence of so-called incense burners, not just in Kustul, but also in other burial contexts, always associated to rich tombs. So this is something that, an object that was in use for rituals that were associated to the elite. In some cases, like the two incense burners here in the upper part of the slide from Kustul, you have decoration that are clearly influenced by the royal iconography from Egypt. You can see, for instance, let's see.
Now, when she says Egypt is not formed yet. She's talking about geography. Egypt is not formed yet. So she's
and
talking about...
she said influenced by as well, as opposed to did they have earlier versions of
Badarian? Remember, so you can remember the Badarian is earlier and it influences this region, right? So she's just talking geography.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in terms of she said specifically, she said there's iconography that has been influenced by that. That's the only thing I'm saying. So I say, for you to make that claim, you have to show something older that has, and as far as I know, this isn't like the oldest or one of the oldest depictions we have of the crown
There's
of
no
Upper Kemet.
Egypt yet. There's no Egypt yet.
Yeah. So I'd say, yeah. So I'd say the word influence, the phrase influenced by would be
because
incorrect
something
then.
is happening in the area, pre-dynastic area of influenced by Badaria and then later pre-dynastic people within that region, and they are communicating. So she did say that would be a question. That would be a question to her, right?
Yeah,
to
definitely.
clarify it, right? But there's no Egypt yet. There's no Egyptians. So I don't have that lens on right now, King Monologue, that this is Egyptian, meaning I'm not looking for anything racial. I'm just saying that these groups of people are talking, right? But the people in the South are doing it for themselves because they're the same people. That what I showed you was Nubia was writing first, right? How you like that, right? Nubia was the Siali, right? The Kustal answer. She's saying it's being influenced. She's being influenced by Egypt, but what she's talking about is Nakata, and prior to that, Badarian, right?
Yeah, I'd still question the use of the term influenced by. It's very simple.
But
I
there's
would
no
ask.
Egypt.
Yeah, it doesn't. But
there's
I'm not, Reggie. I'm not making a racial argument here. I'm making a simple argument that if you use the term, they've got symbols that have been influenced by. I would ask you which symbols, and can you prove that they were in the Badarian culture? These actual symbols prior, like I said, the crown of Upper Kemet, from my or at least forget the being Kemet, but that crown in that form, this is the earliest that I know. Well, that, at least from my own knowledge, this is the earliest depiction of it. So you can't then say when you see it, oh, this was influenced by. You have to say this went on to influence. Do you understand? It's this the language that's being used that I'm questioning.
I understand your point. I understand your point. I understand your critique, but remember, Egypt is not formed yet. That's what I'm saying. So these are Africans talking to Africans in particular regions. So
yeah, that's not my critique. It still has to. You still have to acknowledge where an idea has originated. I'm past the point of concern that they're all Africans. I'm aware of that. It's just, once again, she's saying that the order of influence is going from here to here. You have to provide me something for me to agree with that statement. We'll
correspond. I'll give you her email, right? Cool. And you will ask her, cool. Right? You will simply ask her,
cool.
Right?
The representation of a king wearing the white crown here, but also here, boats, royal boats, so ceremonial iconography associated with Egypt, the pre-dynastic and early dynastic Egyptian iconography. But on an object that is only Nubian, made by the Nubian elite and not just taken from Egypt. So this kind of interplay.
So did you hear that part?
I heard that, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear. Cool.
An entanglement of different symbolism, different iconography, and put them together is really extremely important to understand not only the Nubian, let's say, society and culture, but also the Egyptian one and the influence that each other had on them. Another point that is very interesting at this moment in time, so the end of the 4th millennium and the beginning of the 3rd millennium with the state formation in Egypt, is the urbanization. So large settlements, urban centers that for the first time we can find in Egypt. But also in Nubia, we have one example that is the only one at the moment, but it's extremely important. So it was found at the same place as the Royal Kerma Cemetery, so south of the 3rd Cataract, and is a settlement that is associated to the so-called pre-Kerma culture, just because it's before Kerma, so it's very simple. But you can see here a reconstruction, and although if you look at this, you would say, well, we have huts, we have, pits on the ground, we have enclosure for animals. I mean, what kind of urban center is this? But remember that we are talking about pastoral societies.
The same type of pastoral societies that would be in Southern Africa, right? Of trying to maintain your cattle, right? Same type, same peoples, different cultures, right? But the experts have to look for differences, right? And so we have urban settlement. And so she just showed family, drum roll, one of the earliest settlements in what would become Kerma, right? Urban settlement, because they didn't necessarily do the same thing as their so-called Egyptian counterparts. They lived within nature. They did have urban settlements, but they're hard to find, but they do have at least one. This is 2026. She's showing her research because she goes on the ground, right? She's not looking at slides. She's on digs, right? So they have one, right? And they're showing you the whole purpose of this show is that you wanted to know King's monologue, what's happening in the South. Am I right?
I'm happy to hear it. It wasn't the purpose of the show, but it's absolutely, I'm very happy to hear what you're presenting. Don't worry about that. It's all good.
Okay, well, I thought it was the purpose of the show. That's why one of the.
I think your paper was my main kind of thing. Where I was looking at was just the identification, being able to differentiate the different groups that are all classified, but it doesn't matter because the value, like I said, this is valuable in itself. So don't worry about it too much. It's been very valuable so far. I'm always happy for a segue.
Well, those groups disappear. They get incorporated into as Kerma rises and as the state of that would become ancient Egypt arise. Those groups get consolidated within other groups. They disappear. Nice that we have a record of them in the Old Kingdom, right? But ultimately, as these states increase, these polities increase, Kerma and Kish, right? Kush, they disappear. They disappear from the record. So then it's only how can I say wretched Kush, right? Heshi, right? Only from a propaganda point of view, right? Okay, but and I will continue to look for more and more evidence, but it's in these conferences that you find out what the latest stuff is. So what the chat say? They can't find settlements because they've been submerged. Macy, you're correct. Submerged by the water, right? By the flooding, and because of the climate change, and because of the stupid dam, right? Because of the dam, right? So yes, you're right. And Egypt decided, and the modern state of Egypt decided that. So Macy, you're right. They are under a lot of the places are underwater in specific places. So we'll never see it, but that's purposeful. But the places that are remember the Nubians, the Southerners, they're on the Nile, but most of their work is outside of they go into where the desert road ends. And so there is still possibilities that we could find more settlements, but remember, they're ancient, they're old. And she was talking about cemeteries that are like 6,000, 7,000 years old, right? That they do have. So there's material that they do have, but popular Egyptology doesn't know because they're not on a dig site and they're only focusing on Egypt. But Nubiologists know, but we don't read their reports, right? We don't read their reports. So let's continue.
With the unification of Egypt with the first dynasties, things.
Okay, what's the name of this video? This video is not on YouTube. This video This video was done. This video was recorded for a conference that happened 3 weeks ago. So the only place that you're seeing this right now is on King's Monologue, right? That's it doesn't exist. It's not online, right? You won't see it, right? But you're seeing it today.
Change in Nubia, in Lower Nubia, where it seems that all of a sudden there are no more sites, no more cemeteries, no more people. So what happened is because Egypt arrived and, let's say, took everybody out.
Our next speaker is Professor.
Okay, so a lot more. I have the rest of her conversation. I just cut it because I just wanted to give you a timeline of what's happening in the South, right? At this period up to 2900, right? But there's much more. I didn't show it.
Elizabeth Minor, who is an assistant professor at the social science department in Cal Poly.
The topic I'm going to be speaking on today is here versus there, growing complexity and interregional interactions of the C group, Kerma, and the old to second intermediate periods of Egypt. In case you're wondering, yes, this is also quite a long period of time. Actually, let me set my clock, because knowing me, I will gladly talk about this for, we just covered it in class, it took 2 hours, but not today. Okay, so here is a comparison chart of the chronologies between Egypt, Lower Nubia, and Upper Nubia. And as Professor Gatto was just describing, it's important to distinguish the different cultural groups between Lower Nubia, so Northern Nubia, and Upper Nubia, or Southern Nubia. What we're going to be talking about today is, let's use this one. So from Old Kingdom into the Second Intermediate, and as you can see, as she mentioned, pre-Kerma is starting as early as the pre-dynastic. We're not going to talk too much about ancient Kerma, middle Kerma, jump right into classic Kerma, but you can see when we're speaking about these Nubian polities, they have an incredibly long period of their own development that, again, often gets overshadowed by the Egyptian material instead. You're not going to be tested on this, unlike my students. This is just for reference. You can understand the different cultural groups that are active during this time. There's the C group, which is in Lower Nubia and the desert areas, which has much contact with Egypt, but is generally resistant to cultural exchange. The Pangrave comes in later in the Second Intermediate period, also in Lower Nubia and desert areas. And again, we see much contact with Egypt, but in general resistance to cultural exchange. The star piece of the show, this stela of Nenu, I think really embodies this idea perfectly. So here is Nenu, who calls himself Nahesi, Nubian, standing here with his Egyptian wife, and then his family and his hunting dogs. All of the ways that he's commissioned the sculptor to show his parts of his complex identity.
Okay, so this is what we were talking about, showing their Nubianness. So he's from the South. He's got an Egyptian wife. He's got children. He got his dogs. He's deciding at his burial to show his Nubianness, right? Now, this is before Mdw and another figure that I'm going to show, hopefully, Amenemhet. Amenemhet, not the king Amenemhet, but the Nubian Amenemhet, right? And so there is a southerner. His name is Amenemhet. He is he is the son of a chief, a great chief in the South, right? And he is the scribe to Hatshepsut much later, right? Mdw is later than Amenemhet. He is the fan bearer of Tutmosis. So these are Southerners who otherwise you would think that they were Egyptian. unless they say that they are from the South. He is from the South. We're not talking racially. We're talking geography. He is from the South. He's married to a woman that lives in what we call ancient Egypt, and they are mixed. And if you didn't read the Mdw Ntr, you wouldn't know that he is from Nubia. The only indication would be his dogs, his hunting dogs.
He was living in Egypt.
Just quickly, he said but he's written that he's from Nehesi, correct? That he's Nehesi.
Yeah. I would have to bring up the Mdw Ntr to see. Let me just see if I can see anything. Hotep di Nosut, and then it sees the tap. So he's writing traditional Hotep di Nosut at the top. Doesn't say Waret. It says something. So I would have to look to see if there's something that says Nehes. I don't see it right now. Then it says M a set in the place, Lord. And I don't see. I can't see right now anything that says that he is Nubian, only because I can't see everything, and there might be another inscription that's fuller than this, right? Let me just check something. Let me just look, because I can't see the stuff that's on the bottom. If that
Bisuno says Nehesi is above the bow.
Nehesi is about the where?
Above the bow, he said. Above the bow.
No, I didn't.
The screen's too small. I can't read it. The bow. The bow.
The spell bow. I don't.
B-O-W. Bow, as in bow. Yeah.
B-O-W? Let me read the chat. Let me see. Let me read the chat. Put it in the chat so I can read it. Okay, it's above the bow. What you mean by bow?
I was looking for the bow. Well, I guess he sees one. I can't see it. It's too small for me to see, so I can't.
Wait. What are you saying? Yeah, that is Nehesi above the bow. So I'm just trying to figure out. You got good eyes. I'm 61. So what bow are you talking about? What's the bow? Because I see there's some inscriptions by his face that would say who he is. What is the bow? Give me something else to look for instead of the bow. It's a little writing that is blurred. Nehesi mean okay. So I just need to know, what do you mean by bow? That's the problem. I don't know what the bow is.
Bow, as in the symbol of Tarseti. That's a bow. You know what a bow is, right?
Oh, you mean the okay? So you mean the bow or the arrow, right? So
yeah, the bow. Yeah, yeah. So that bow. Yeah.
Okay, where is that symbol at? To the right column, to the top column. Where at?
He's asked, isn't he holding a bow?
Doesn't look like he's holding any bow. Doesn't look like he's holding the bow, but where his face is, that I would try to blow it up. The bow and the arrow. So I don't necessarily see.
There's no string on that bow if he is holding the bow.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Right. But I know that there's okay. So let's see the Inca, the Ka of. There's an offering. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at it. But what my whole point of it is, at some point here or somewhere else, she's showing that he is a Nehes.
But that's, once again, I couldn't. This is where I have trouble trusting. I'm not saying he isn't, by the way. I'm happy for him to be in Nehes and be married to a Egyptian. But once again, is that an inheritance, or is that something that can be provided, or is that something that's being presumed because of where it was found?
His title is Nenu the Nehesi. So Nehesi,
from where though? Where's that read? Because then the Nehesi is there, and then we don't have a discussion here. Then he is declaring himself that. That's right. That's what I'm asking. So where is it? Where is that? The question was, where is that? Where are we getting that from? I'm happy
My
to
mis-
accept it. I've got no problem with it. I just want to know where it was.
my mistake. I should have my mistake. When we finish this, I'll go back and pull up a bigger form of this. All right.
Okay,
My
cool.
mistake.
Brilliant. Yeah. No. It's no mistake. No mistake made.
Rebelling from the first intermediate period, where Nubians, probably C group Nubians, have been hired by Egyptian nomarchs or kind of local provincial rulers to fight for them in different series of wars to defend their territory. So he's showing himself in a way that is readable to ancient Egyptians, the community in which he's been working and living, but he's putting in all of these complex context clues about his background, his family, his true identity. He's displaying in the afterlife. Again, this is more just to show you the complexity of this chronology. So again, we're talking about Old Kingdom through Second Intermediate. So in this area of within Egypt in the desert, here the Pangrave appear around the middle of the Middle Kingdom, and then to the end of that. We just saw the A group, and Dr. Gatto explained very well. This is not necessarily a hiatus, but just a change in the way that Nubians are moving throughout the landscape. The C group with many different phases, and Kerma at the same time. Again, to help orient you, especially when we talk about Kerma, the center of that kingdom is here at the site of Kerma. The purple denotes the area of direct control by the Kerma kings, and then their influence, kind of sphere of influence in the lighter purple, going all the way up to the border with Egypt. In the Second Intermediate period, this is also when the Hyksos dynasty, a Canaanite dynasty, is active in Avaris in the Delta, and the Egyptian kings, multiple dynasties fragmented, are sandwiched here in the middle in a place of so as early as the Old Kingdom, there's an Egyptian interest in Lower Nubia, so the area between the first and the second cataracts. And they built a series of these very massive fortifications. This is the site of Buhan. I mean, looking at it, you can immediately tell that they're worried about defending these Egyptian settlements, probably again spurred by the interest in gold mining in the area. They're often set at rocky areas of the Nile on promontories. Again, so the fortress of Buhan, and you can see all of the Egyptian occupation is here within these highly fortified walls. We do have some inscriptions from this area, and the Egyptians were watching the trade both along the river and through the desert. The Pangrave are also known for this very distinctive practice of after killing a cow and eating it, defleshing the bucrania or the skull, and then painting it again in very distinct geometric patterns. And in this case, you can see again a warrior. I think he's holding a quiver, and then here potentially his name, the hieroglyph.
Okay, so she says that she can't read the Mdw Ntr. Well, she says that it doesn't apply to the Mdw Ntr, but this is certainly a Southerner, and in the Pangrave burial, and there is Mdw Ntr, and it seems to be his name is something like I don't know if that's an S, but it's Kes. Then it says Ernie, and then it's Anet. Ernie Anet. And so she can't read the Mdw Ntr, but we could read the Mdw Ntr if that part was really clearer. But the fact of the matter is, he's giving himself most names are spells, right? So he's so whatever he's something Kessa, and he's Ernie, he's giving to Anet, right? To Anet, Anet. So, but this is an African in the South, in the Pangrave, and I'm not going to look at his skin color. I'm just going to say that this is he definitely has two cultures. One is he's showing that he is connected to at least Egyptian writing, but he's definitely a Southerner. Okay.
Don't really map onto anything in Egyptian.
That's not true, but that's okay. Then she's giving some more timelines. Okay. So
sorry, just repeat. What did she say there?
Okay, now the time.
She's saying that didn't map to anything Egyptian. That was not right. If Shesmu is here, or King J is here, or anybody from Smash Rockwell's channel, they might be able. I just read what it was. It's just I have one problem with one glyph, but it definitely said Ardi or Orni Annette, right?
Okay.
So what I'm saying is generally what they're saying, if it's invisible to y'all, is that these are same peoples, different cultures, but same peoples.
Incredibly interesting. This is the only depiction we have of a Kerman king. But the classic Kerma period, we have the city of Kerma. So this is not the settlement that Dr. Gatto mentioned, but this is a very major urban center with large ritual structures like this dufufa, production areas for faience and pottery, and then the cemetery for the kings and the elites. So looking at 4 generations, or really 4 periods over time, we can see through these inscribed objects that the first Kerman king Gattubuhen took a lot of Egyptian sculpture from there and then made it to Aswan and took quite a lot of sculpture from there. The second generation kind of built on that, went straight to Aswan. And the third generation, this is not as well preserved, and he sort of kind of took it easy and just went to Aswan with not as much material. But then the final king, because then Egypt came back with aggression towards Kerma, he made it to El Kab, which really would have been a day's march away from the capital at Thebes.
So what she was saying, what she's showing is how dangerous to that civilization that there is a military expedition going the other way, whereas these people from the south before the 25th dynasty got to Aswan, right, and was almost at Thebes, right, a couple of march away. So there's El Kab, right, which is really in this particular period, it's just showing how aggressive the Kerma people were. Let's see, running back, going on their way to Egypt. So let's just start it right here.
Structures like this dufufa, production areas for faience and pottery, and then the cemetery for the kings and the elites. So looking at 4 generations, or really 4 periods over time, we can see through these inscribed objects that the first Kerman king Gattubuhen took a lot of Egyptian sculpture from there and then made it to Aswan and took quite a lot of sculpture from there. The second generation kind of built on that, went straight to Aswan. And the third generation, this is not as well preserved, and he sort of kind of took it easy and just went to Aswan with not as much material. But then the final king, because then Egypt came back with aggression towards Kerma.
So it's just showing you how dangerous to this the state that we call Egypt. The Southerners were always at their back, and then Egypt kings came back with aggression.
Made it to El Kab, which really would have been a day's march away from the capital at Thebes.
My name is Sonia Conini, and I'm going to introduce Stuart, a dear friend of mine. Stuart Smith is professor
Reggie.
of Psychology.
Sorry. Can we pause there? It's really late here, and as much as I like to hear Dr. Smith speak, is it Dr. Smith that's going next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot, but I get a chance to talk to Dr. Smith and I'll just end with this. So I'll go and find it where I got a chance to talk to him several places. And this woman, she's the head of the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and she just destroys Reisner. She utterly destroys him.
Well, I don't want you to rush it. I think I'd like to go through all of that, but maybe it's been over 3 hours to stream now, so we could always pick it up. I don't know what your availability is, but let's stay on the call and let's just get the concluding part hooked in.
Okay, well, I could do it on your show or another show because I know it's late, and I know it's late, and so put to the audience as we kind of close out. So let me stop sharing the screen for a second. I'm gonna just close out this way.
So let's just. I mean, it's been amazing. Really enjoyed it. So get some positive feedback on that. And I think when I close the stream off, just stay on the call, and we can just put the final part in. Maybe in the next couple of days if you have availability. We'll just get it going and get it wrapped up.
Okay, so let me close this down for a second, and let me just put this here, over here. Put this over here. Great. I don't know if you can see. Okay, I stopped sharing my screen, so let me just go back and share the screen. Okay, so here we are right here. Share my screen. How many people do we still have on? Did we wear everybody out?
150? Well, 140. No, not at all. Some people, we've kept a relatively stable audience. It's fallen a little bit from the peak, but not massively. So
yeah, the
it's
people
really good.
saying cheating them. They got questions. They heard you talk with your questions. But anyway, so the people here, thanks, King's Monologue, for another great live stream. I'm glad Macy put me on her list, that I made a great live stream. And thank you, Reggie. Can we call in? Yeah, they saying you shorten them. Can you share my screen?
You want to share your screen? Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's blow this up. So to the Mdw Ntr readers, okay, so now we can put this to bed. All right.
Remember, this wasn't a debate. I just wanted to see it. So I wasn't saying that it wasn't there. I'm sure it is there. I just wanted to know what the provenance was. It's always important to question.
Well, one thing is he got little beautiful kids with little afros, right? It would be right here. It's the Hotep Dinar Sut to Inpul, right? Who is the on the top of his mountain, right? And then it's
zoom in more if you can. Zoom in more if you can. Let's get right close, man. Be good for people to see these symbols.
Okay. So the top of it is the offering that the king gives, right?
I can already see it in the history. It's right by his face. I can see it.
Right by his face. This is where
you can see it right there in the history. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Right.
Brilliant.
Right. And then it's new, and then you see his word new, right? And this symbol I don't know. And then this is Hemet, his wife, right? His wife. Can't make out everything right now. There's a H. There's a I can't make this out right here. But she is and then it says does it say father? It says Tefet, something like that. I have to blow it up bigger for myself. But we put it to bed that he's a Nehes. Yeah. And there go his beautiful little children to the right. Inka Neb, and I guess the name of his child right here. There's a girl here, and I don't know if that's an Ib, Nib.
It looks like an Ib.
And then I don't know if that's a little girl over here, over her. I think this is his daughter, one of his daughters. That looks like Any. Can't read this right now, but she's got a cute little name. And there's his dogs. And on the right side of it, I don't know, that's an M bird, and that's to a seti, right? But it could be me a place. Can't make this out. Can't make this out. There's a Neferet. Neferet. Lord.
Is that a neb above the Neferet?
Huh? Yeah, it's
Is
a
that a
neb. Neferet, and you can't see this, so that makes it incomplete. And let's see, go down here, and then it's the offerings of the food offerings, right, of the linen, right, and the voice offerings that they give, right, and then this is Ma, in Ma'i, and can't make this out, so I'll look for a full translation. I don't want to do it on fly, but we made the point that he is a Nehes, right?
When is this dated to again? Sorry, I just want to. When is this dated to? This artifact.
When is this dated?
Dated to.
Okay. Freyland, and let's go up to the top. See where this is. 4,000 years a man sits and he strings his longbow. His name is Ninu. His wife Sekahatua, 2 children, 1 son, 1 daughter, 2 dogs, and we can look it up for a date. But you have his name, so you can look up his name right here.
Okay, fine.
Which
Yeah,
is, right, and it's at the Freyland exhibition. So I wasn't trying to be sloppy, but I was. This seems to be certainly before the 18th dynasty. And let me see if it says anymore.
So yeah, so you said it, yeah, around.
Let's see if there's a date.
So because I was just thinking maybe the differences in the way the Mdw Ntr is rendered could be regional. You know, could be closer to the southern version, because some of those symbols had quite a lot of these kind of like. Yeah.
Right, but this seems to be in Egypt, right? So this guy is Egyptian elite, right? So this is in Egypt, but it could be in the south, right?
Yeah.
It could he could be living in the Upper Egypt, right? But look at his daughter; she's so beautiful with her big eyes and her hair. So let me see what else is going on in the chat. And there you go. So we answered some of the questions, right? And what can I say? I put myself on the screen to say goodbye. Yeah. So
thank you. Appreciate your time and taking and introducing yourself to my audience, so they all are aware of you now. I'm sure many of them knew you before, but now they all know you. Do you have any links or stuff that you want to share? Where would you like to?
I have a paper which was in the earlier part. Well, you mentioned it. It's in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. It's Syncretism, a means and method of understanding Km.tyw and Km. And it's in the journal. And I have some papers that I will probably put in Academia EDU, and 1 or 2 of them I would get a DOI for as a preprint. And that my name is Reginald A. Mabry, or Brother Reggie or Reggie Mabry. And if I don't have I have lots of articles talking about me, certainly in my local news, Amsterdam News, that's in Harlem, and I have some papers. Reparations is Dead: How to Resurrect It, and you'll probably see a federal court case that I was involved in as a plaintiff pro se. The case got dismissed without. It got dismissed in federal court, but I refiled the case in state court. But it has my federal case has about 141 citations, and it was the 12B6 motion to dismiss, where they dismissed my complaint but then years later, they went back, and another case very similar to mine, they cured it. The Judge Castell in the federal court, he was kind of harsh, but it didn't matter because I shouldn't have filed in the federal court anyway. I should have filed in the state court where I had more rights. And so I'm around. You can see me on Black News 102. Shout out to Sarnetta. You can see me a lot on Smash Rockwell's show. And you can find me on you can see me occasionally on Km.t, and now you can see me on King's Monologue. Right, so I made it to some of the UK audience that doesn't really know about me. I don't need to name drop. I'm 61 years old. My friends, right? I knew Dr. Clarke and Dr. Ben. I was both their pallbearers, right? Dr. Leonard Jeffries is my chief elder. I learned Mdw Ntr from Dr. Rkhty. You can see me with Dr. Ben and Dr. Clarke in videos before some of you were born. So people that are harsh and say I'm name dropping, I lived it. You didn't live it. I worked on Diop's Civilization of Barbarism, right? I was in charge of the computer system before there was a Microsoft PC. We did it on one of the early PCs, right? And I was in charge of managing that whole process. So I don't, I've been to Kemet before some of you were born, and West Africa before others were born, right? 86 and 87. So King's Monologue, it was a pleasure. So I'm let me put my Cash App. If anybody wants to support your brother Reggie on Cash App, here it goes. Here's my Cash App.
If you got any questions that you want to ask them now as we wrap up. If you want to make a donation when you ask your question, that would be very much appreciated. We are trying to keep lights on here. So, do what you can, to support the work and to help us to continue to.
Yeah, we pay for it. We pay for this. I'm paying for this.
I don't think people fully appreciate that, how much it costs in terms of personal finance to upkeep a channel.
I'm paying for this show, right? So with King's Monologue, we pay for this information. Somehow some of my information didn't get through. That Reggie, that Stella seems not to spell out Nehesi, or they
send out to me for links.
No, it does. There's variations of Nehesi, Sat. So if you're looking, I think that you're looking for the H in Nehesi.
No, the H was there. The H was definitely there. It had the N and the H. I think it was the S that was questionable.
No,
it definitely had the N and the H.
No, I love this, right? Because you say it doesn't, and so let me put it up in the big screen for you. So
no, it definitely had the H. It had the N and the H. I just so look, the N and the H are right.
Okay.
Oh no, there's the N and the S. You might be right. Let me have a look. Get closer.
No.
I can see the N and the S. I can't see the H actually. Well, the H is there. It's just shortened. Yeah, it's just shortened.
H right here.
Yeah, it's there. It's just shortened. Yeah, it's just two loops. Yeah,
it's not even
and then the S. Yeah, so it's NHS. Yeah, you are correct.
NHS. Nehesh. So
zoom in. It's really hard to see. Help me out a little bit here. My eyes are hurting.
Okay.
Zoom in a bit. Let's get it really clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I see the H. I'm always looking for the 3 loops on the H and the tail. But yeah, this is like we said.
It's not a problem because you know what happens. Sometimes it's Sat 12 is my dude, but sometimes what it is you can look it up. You can look up the Stella, right? Yeah. So here's N H S, right? N H S, Nehes. Tag, you would give the ancient people a hard time. Huh?
But in fairness, a lot of the, like I said earlier, this is a really, that's why I was wondering what the date was, because if I was thinking, is this really old? But now that you said it's Middle Kingdom, that's why I was thinking maybe this kind of, it looks like a almost in between freehand and hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics are normally a little bit more strict, and this is kind of like it's sitting between hieratic and hieroglyphics, and some of them are kind of half written, which is what makes it hard to read it. That was because I was finding that some of those symbols are like, what is that? You know?
Well, sometimes it depends on the material, and right, and then it's it's the expertise of the scribe. So
yeah. Describing work seemed a little bit like, yeah, hard to make out. The H was hard to make out. I'm not gonna lie. The N and the S were clear.
Why? Because you're looking at European when you're looking at primaries, you have to. How can I say primaries are not neat? Primaries are not neat.
True. Well, if there's one big takeaway that I got today, it's that when you're dealing with, and it's even difficult to say, I don't like to call it a pictographic script because it's pictographs at the end of the day. But when you're dealing with pictographs, it becomes, you have to deal with almost the entire continent different when you're looking at really old cave paintings and artifacts, because you could be looking at a very early iteration of language, because this is a pictographic script with provable provenance going back thousands of years now, and they take a lot less evidence for evidence of writing in other regions. But when it comes to Africa, it's like, oh no, their writing stood here. Their writing started here well after the establishment of dynastic, somewhere in the middle of the Old Kingdom. It's kind of like, no. You've shown I could, this is writing right here on the Custal instance burner. You can't deny that. And then that's a whole, like I said before, that's a whole new conversation we have to have about the origins of writing.
Right. If it's in a Custal instance burner, right, and they did it for themselves. Right, and then they do Tasset, and then they with the Siali they do Tasseti, right, in definitely in the south. Then the problem is the Egyptomanias, those groups of people. We become those people, and for many of you, most of you not seen any information on the south, on Kerma, right, Kush. Right, you've not seen it. You've only seen Egyptian. What I tried to show you today to help you all is what Nubiologists and Egyptians are dealing with now with the cemeteries. So what you missed was Stuart Tyson Smith. He's going to come on and he's going to show you an Egyptian cemetery and a Nubian so-called southern Nahesh cemetery in Tombos, which should have been the study of which they should have picked stuff from that cemetery, because you have Egyptians and you have the people from the south in a cemetery that you could throw a rock from one cemetery to another. So it would have been better to look at the graves there, but that's for another day. So
yeah, we didn't miss it. We just postponed it for now. We'll definitely come on to it, definitely. So, I just want to read out. So One Love Soul has been, I'm not sure what your question is. We're going to read it out because you've been asking a lot. So here, why is the fact that the Nahes were always of the south, which was the true root and foundation of Egyptian civilization, ignored? That's a question to you, Brother Reggie.
Yeah, well, the Nahes is the name that the so-called Egyptians gave them in the South, meaning a separate culture. Sometimes I like you, sometimes I don't like you. Like you're not. It's like New York and L.A., right? It's you're from the South, and but when you say Egypt becomes its own polity. It becomes its own polity. Even though the peoples might be the same, right? What we have to get to the point that these are the same people in different states, right?
I don't know if they were the same people, and this is the part that I find quite hard. But I don't know. I feel like it's that people find it hard to understand the rebuttal that I'm phrasing.
Okay, phrase it right now. Now,
yeah,
phrase it.
So Nehes is Nehes, and Nehesi and let's say Tawians or Kemetic or Remech or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah,
I'm happy to say that those are separate, polities, separate to some degree ethnicities. Okay, I'm happy to say that.
No,
I'm not going to sit here and say I am happy to say I am. So if someone is regarded or regards themselves as Nehesi, or the Egyptians, right, this group was Nehes, I'm happy to say, okay, that's a southern group that this polity is not regarding as them. I separate that. So that's my one.
But I heard something else.
I'm happy to do that.
And not the same people. You're talking about the
not necessarily. No, I'm not talking because you couldn't turn around to an Igbo and tell him we're the same people as a Yoruba and vice versa. We're both black, but we're not going to turn around and go, oh, we're the same people. We'll be like, no, we're not the same people. We're different.
No, but
different ethnic groups.
Cultural groups, culture changed it, but Dr. Gardine and Dr. Sharmaka, they talk about gradients and population gradients.
But you can't. We're not the same people, though. So that's the thing. You can't bring that simplicity to African groups. You can't just turn around and say, because you've got a binary view about what race is, you can't turn around and just talk about African groups as though they're one thing. They're not. They are not. I'm like literally, they're not. Like literally, they're not. They are. Even in Nigeria, before the colonial, even in Nigeria, the ethnic groups in Nigeria are distinct. They're distinct ethnic groups. You can't just turn around.
Culturally, or the DNA
across the board, they're distinct ethnic groups. They are. Well, I'd be happy to argue that, because actually it could be. Yeah. There's always gradient. No. There's always gradient. No. I never said that.
There's gradient.
There's definitely gradient, because people always intermarry, but they're still distinct ethnic. There's gradients across the earth. Because then, if you're going to make that question, that argument, then you can say there's no such thing as an ethnic group on the world. Do you understand what I mean? That's very simple. Kind of like
cultural norms, or is the separation people and you can't or there hard lines? Are there hard lines between the people?
It depends which ethnic groups you're talking about. It varies. It varies. Some there's hard lines, and some there's thing, but they are distinct ethnic groups with distinct traits, and people from those ethnic groups can tell each other apart, not based on what people are wearing, but based on how someone looks. I can say, oh, that he's this ethnicity, she's this ethnicity. That's not that difficult to do to people who are from the area. So we that's easy for many Africans to do. So this is not cultural. It's literally like they're different people. So let me land really quickly, and then I'll hand it to you, because this is the only thing that I want to make. So I'm okay with the fact that you have Nehesi and you have Kemet. Let's just keep it simple, yeah. Nehesi and Kemet. I'm happy with that distinction. If it exists, whatever, I'm happy that it exists. What I'm not happy with, once again, and I'm gonna stress this, is the overuse of Nubia for black people. That. Oh no, that's what I'm talking about.
We're not using that term now.
No, but that's what I'm talking about, because it goes back to the discussion that we had about Mdw and him being classified as, whether or not you call him Nubian or thingy, but him being othered on the fact that he had some southern symbolism in his burial, but it turns out that all of that symbolism seemed to be related to Tarseti, which is, for all intents and purposes, a part of Kemet. So he shouldn't be othered. And Egyptology has successfully pushed that part of Kemet out of Kemet. That's where my argument will remain. It really irritates me.
You're putting borders on that. There may not be borders. The Magi's, right? They're in the Western Desert. They're in the Eastern Desert. they're not necessarily all in what you call Tarseti, right? They're just not there, right? So they're not all in Tarseti, right? They're in the western desert, they're the eastern desert.
Okay, but are they? But then the question is, we don't know which of those the ancient Egyptians regarded, because they might have said that entire region. The first nome, for instance, that we're talking about, Tarseti, might have been massive. It might have been huge. It might have included the eastern desert, the western desert, and it might have included all of that. We honestly don't know we don't even know what the southern border of that first nome was. It might have gone right down into what we call present day, like right into the midst of a lot of what's classified as Kush. This is the issue. My issue is that Tarseti was regarded by the ancient Egyptians as part of their state. So why is it regarded as other? That's just my only kind of like.
Conquered that region. Because
it doesn't matter.
They conquered that region.
Who conquered that region?
Nurmur and Jajet and Jin, they conquered the region. They thought it was valuable to bring into their thing.
So what about the northern regions they conquered?
First of all, the first nome Tarseti is a Egyptological convention. There's no inscription that says Tarseti is the first nome.
Is what so going from upper to lower wouldn't have been in Egypt.
An Egyptian convention. Now you're using Egyptologist convention.
No, but I'm asking you. So is there no evidence in for instance, nome lists that it was listed first?
They called them
Sapat. Sorry. Okay, so in terms of the are there no Sapat lists that list Tarseti first?
No.
Okay.
Egyptologists do that.
Are there indigenous Sapat lists at all?
Yeah.
Showing the entire lists.
Yeah.
So what order do they go in then?
Yeah, hieroglyphic. Yeah. Where's my people from Smash Rockwell Show? They do this. They do this all the time. Let me get it. Let me see. Egypt Hyro map. Right. Yeah. Of course. Egypt. Okay.
And my issue is not that they didn't know they were culturally distinct, because I think all the Sapats were culturally distinct. I don't think Tarseti was special in that regard. I think they were all culturally distinct. What I don't understand is why you regard Tarseti as being conquered, but you don't regard any of the other 41 nomes as being conquered. And this is what I don't get the argument. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that's my point. So then why are we even raising that? That's a moot point, isn't it?
No, it's not. We're actually getting to that point, right? So let me just bring this up. No, they were all conquered, but some of them was where they could defend Tarseti. They couldn't defend anything below Tarseti. They couldn't defend it.
Okay, but
that's the point.
It's still a part of. It's still a part of Kemet, though. This is what I don't know. This is why I said it's brain numbing for me, because no one seems to understand the point that I'm making. I think it's a very simple point. It's a part of Kemet, full stop. So there's no point in us othering it and saying, oh, well, my Hepri was Nubian. He wasn't Nubian. He was from Tarseti. He was Egyptian.
Yeah, but
I don't understand why he's called Nubian. This is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm not talking Nubia. What I am talking is that listen. During different periods, like intermediate periods and stuff like that, you have shifting. You actually have shifting. So you could put it up, and I can try to blow it up. See if I can blow this up. Go ahead. I'll put it on screen share. So let me blow this up. Okay. So here we go. Okay.
Screen share. So
can you share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy, King boy, you is a super skeptic, boy, huh?
I'm not a skeptic. I just need I request clarity. It's not about being skeptical. It's about I want to know how people come to the decision that someone is not an Egyptian,
okay,
because they're from Tarseti.
Okay. So now, for example, okay, so So over here, this, okay. So this is southern Egypt. Kumumbo, you see Kumumbo, right?
Yep.
You see Aswan, right?
Yep.
You see Philae, right? Okay. So let me just find Tarseti proper. Let's see. There's Deeps. Let's see where it says. This is the southern. This is the southern, right? There's Shemu and Tamehu, and Aswan. So we know this is the region where they call that's the first cataract. Then there's Abu Simbel. So here, these are the problems. These are the contested areas right here, where they ultimately at Buhan wasn't part of it, right? But at some point they were able to control it. It was a contested area. Icon was in Wawet during the second cataract, right? So this area right here, okay, so where it says nomes of Upper Egypt, right here is Tarseti. So I'm just trying to figure out where do they include Tarseti right here.
Yeah, where's the symbol?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. They should have put it in. This is the south. Kumombo. I don't know why they didn't put it. Wait. Oh, here it goes right here. This is Tarseti right here. On top of Kumombo, where you have Nubia, right? Smash Rockwell can explain this really, really well. But here is Nubia, Kumombo, gold, right? And then there is another town that's very similar that also has gold. And I don't see it for some reason. Okay, so here's Tarseti right here. Now, these areas right here, at some points they're within the territory of Egypt and sometimes they are contested, right? But right here is what they could defend. So they brought this in, Kumumbo, right? And they number it 1, but there's nothing in Egyptian records that says it's 1. And then there's Aswan, which sometimes is contested. Now, all of this stuff down here, Abu Simbel and Buhan, right? These were definitely contested, and not the pliers sticking right here. All of this is contested. You need expeditions and military expeditions, right? So then they were able to build all these forts around Buhan because it was really, really contested. And I showed you a Nubian military expedition. So now all of this stuff right here belongs to Kerma, right? All of this stuff right here, right? So the groups that we were talking about earlier, Wawet, and Yam is not even on here. Yam is close to, I think, Chad, right?
Yeah.
So you need, yes, okay. So
yeah.
where
that's fine. Exactly where I was before you showed me the map. I haven't changed my mind. Show me. I don't. I've got no problem, like I said, with this being regarded as Kush or these people regarded as Nehes. I have no problem with that. My issue is that Tarseti is a part of Kemet. And so I just don't understand why I need to have a discussion about anything else. Tarseti is a part of Kemet.
I don't have a problem with you saying that it's a gnome, of it, but they don't have any gnomes over it. These are not gnomes of Egypt underneath it. Right.
Yeah, but they're not Tarseti, so I'm not that bothered about that. I'm not arguing for the rest of the Kush. I've made it very clear that I'm happy with the classification of Nehesi. I'm happy with that. That doesn't bother me. That's fine. I'm saying Tarseti. That single gnome.
What does Tarseti mean?
Land of the bow, or land of the shooters, I think, is how Smash Rockwell said he'd translate it.
The shooters. And those people have a slightly more southern connection with these groups down here, right? They have a more slightly connection, but there's shooters over here in Iwanet. Iwanet. Let me go over here to find Iwanet. Iwanet, which you call An, right? There's shooters there. Their whole thing is where's Iwanet? On. Where's on? Shoot. Sweaty, but Derry Clarke, I mean, tennis, Awan, on. I just need to, here's the other neb wet, right? So this is another neb, right, of gold, right? So the Egyptologists take these two, this Nubit right here, and this area right here, and they create this term called Nubia. But this is not Nubia, right? This is Egypt proper. Waset is right here. So they created a term to call them Nubians, but this is right in Egypt. Well, what we call.
So would you classify Tarseti as Egypt proper?
When they captured it, yeah, Norma.
But they captured it at the same time they captured the rest of the Nome. So that's, like I said, that's a moot point again.
No,
it was all established at the same time.
No, not. What do you mean at the same time?
As far as I know, Tarseti was captured at the same. Well, you used the term captured, but I'm pretty sure a lot was won from the south. But it was all established. The two lands were established like under that one military action by.
Because Butu and all of this stuff over here, they were captured later. These groups of people were captured much later. So these groups of people marched up. These groups of people marched up from this area. And consolidated what they could hold, and then they used more people to continue to march up the Nile.
So then you're saying that it was captured first by your own logic, then?
Well, where did
so it was the first? So then it was the first known then, by that logic.
Okay, no, you're not going to get me. You are not going to get me. The over this area right here. Hyrcanopylos,
yeah.
where Norma started from, he did not start from Aswan. They started in this area of roughly maybe about the Thinite, what they call the Thinite thinnest, and they went down, consolidated that, and then they went up.
Okay.
Norma
so
is not.
It might have been second or third.
Huh?
But he's not. I mean, we're at Hyrcanopylos. We're not far from Komombo. You know, that's pretty much.
Hyrcanopylos and El Kab, right? Those are where you get a lot of pre-dynastic stuff from. Hyrcanopylos and with El Kab. El Kab has rock paintings. So that's Green Sahara days, right? You have that there. So it seemed to have happened around what they call the Thinite area, this group right here, and then they went down, consolidated that, and then they went up. So it wasn't the first.
All right, but it was right at the start of the two lands becoming unified. Yeah, let's say. Yeah, it was one of the first in Upper Egypt, and it was certainly before Lower Egypt.
It took a while. I think it took a while. It took a little while because when Norma, he didn't really. He pretty much had the idea, but it was Jajur and Jajin. They were the ones who actually consolidated it. Egyptology makes it look like Norma did everything. Norma didn't do everything. His predecessors completed it.
Okay, I guess yeah, but I think we're drifting from the. I guess the point, yeah, look, the point I'm making is that Tarseti is a part of Kemet, and I don't think you're going to change my mind on that. So, when people refer to Tarsetians as Nubians, then I'm going to argue with them, and I don't understand how the time argument makes any difference when we've already just established from that conversation that Tarseti would have been one of the, although not the very, would have been one of the first, Sepats to form part of that movement to unify the two lands. It was one of the first, maybe not the first, but one of the first. So that doesn't really change my perspective on it. Tarseti is a part of Kemet, and I'm not gonna have.
It's a part of Tawi. It's not. Kemet ain't formed yet.
Okay, Tawi. Okay, it's a part of Tawi, but it's a part of the two lands. Tatar, Tawi. Yeah, it's part of the two lands essentially, and regardless, I just what I won't have is them being called Nubians or being called something different for the sake that they're from that particular.
I'm not calling them Nubians, but I'm calling them.
Definitely not.
They are. It's Tar Seti. It's the land of the bows.
Okay, but you agree that they're Egyptian or not?
They become Egyptians.
What does that mean?
They become part of the state formation. They become Egyptians. In pre-dynastic times, they were not Egyptians. Right?
Okay.
They were not.
So you agree that Memphites are Egyptians?
You're using an Egyptological term.
Men-Nefer. People from Men-Nefer.
They become.
Okay, fine. As long as you're consistent with that, I just want to make sure that we're being fine. Okay, cool. But they become. But either which way. So we both agree then that we should be.
Shesmu Patah, where can you show me? You, my brother. Where can you show me that Tar Seti is the first known? Respectfully, give me a source.
I had this conversation with Smash, and he was under the impression that Tar Seti won the early conflicts. I'd have to go back to him to get the exact source he was referencing to, but he was under the impression that they essentially won the early conflicts, and so therefore, really, there you go. That's the.
Okay, but I would say, where is Nurmur from?
Hierakonpolis.
Is he from Hierakonpolis, or what they call, or is he from Thinis? He's from Tejunu or Thinis. Where is he? Where
was Scorpion King from? Because some people say that he started the unification and Narmer complete. Well, Narmer, you said Narmer didn't even complete it. He I guess he did a lion's share of the work. But where was Scorpion King from?
This is the grave. I think around the grave, and well, he was buried in the grave of Abju, so we don't know exactly where he's from. Right? Okay. We don't know exactly. We know where their graves are supposed to be, but we don't. But like in Egypt, they bury everybody up in. They begin to bury everybody up in the King's Valley. They're not from that. They just transport them down the Nile.
Shesmu says that he's from the south.
Right.
So then
that would. Right. I mean,
close. South sounds like closer to Tar Seti, somewhere from Tar Seti and beyond. Being that Tar Seti is the furthest south.
All right, I'm gonna have to think about this, and maybe I can explain it a little bit better. But where Narmer started from, we don't know where he was born from, but he definitely doesn't look like he was from Tar Seti.
What do you mean doesn't look like? That's weird. What do you mean by that statement? Doesn't look like.
It doesn't look like he was born in Tar Seti. We don't know.
Oh, the evidence doesn't suggest it. You mean?
Exactly.
Okay, so I thought you meant doesn't look like as in phenotypically. I was like, well, what are we doing here? What are we doing now? So okay, cool, that makes sense. Okay, cool, brother. It's going on 4 hours now. I appreciate you so much.
You want to start something? You want to put on your boxing gloves at the end of the conversation?
No. Look, one thing you know about me is I'm always gonna be honest. So at least you know if I compliment you, I'm not being a sycophant. Yeah, you know that I'm saying, wow, this is like, and I've said that loads of times today, man. Like you've literally blown me away, amazing stuff, man. But I'm always gonna be honest. So if I've got like something that I need clarification,
compliment me. No, I'm not.
No, of course I'm gonna compliment you, and also I'm gonna say this: like I'm grilling you because I know I'm gonna get high quality response. Okay,
my best response.
I appreciate it.
Listen, I argue sometimes with Smash, and I definitely argue with my brother Patah. I argue. We argue points. Macy, hi sister. Yes, I would wait. Well, let me just work this out. Would I agree that Kemet was formed from the south? Kemet doesn't exist at this time period. Kemet, we see Kemet as possibly as a kind of a place name in the pyramid text as a city, and then later in the 11th, 12th dynasty we have Merikari and we have the eloquent peasant that say that use the word Kemet as a place name. But when we have King Rkhty, his Kemet is not in the south. His Kemet is with the eloquent peasant is higher up. He's not from the south because the Thebians were fighting what you call the Rkhty groups of people, right? So his King Rkhty, his Kemet is somewhere down here. Now, here's something that's gonna blow your mind. Where did Kemet? Now, this is where me and Smash had a little problem. Do you know that there's a place in the south called Ia Kemet? And there's another place called Wa Kemet. We'll do that another time. Did you hear me, King?
Well, make it land, because it's just words at the moment, so you have to make it land. Why is that significant?
Shesmo says that's not Kemet. Cut that out. But Shesmo, did you talk to any Egyptologists about that? The Kemet that you want is the only Kemet that you want. But have you talked to an Egyptologist about it? Because I have. Oh, you're being too dogmatic about these terms. You know that what it meant feels like you're trying to correct a little too much. It's making your points hard to understand. We know what she meant.
I think they were talking about your response to Macy there about.
No, I know, James Stewart. You can let the sister say I was too rough, bro. You want her phone number? Look.
All right, we are with the moment here, it's getting late.
You want her phone number?
I'm drawing the line now. James, I'm drawing the line in this discussion now. That's it. We are done.
I'm just saying that if you take your Kemet stuff to an Egyptological conversation, right? They're the ones who's more petty, right? I'm just saying that we got to be, how can I say, we got to sometimes be more direct. We are among friends, but this Kemet, brush your teeth stuff, I'm not with it, right? But if you take it outside and you go up on one of these panels and you make a statement like that, they would, put on their British or high chairs, and they would ignore you. Right?
Well, they could do that, but I'd cook them. I'm ready.
Well, you need to go. We can give you a list of conferences to go to. They're expensive, but do that. I'll be happy to. Because you know me, I'll make content out of it. Because you're scared. Because you scared, Reggie. Here goes Shesmo. Shesmo, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something, right? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? You want to have a conversation with me? You write an abstract, and I'll write my counter abstract. We do it in writing, because in writing is permanent. The speech stuff is transient. You cite and you quote, and we will see.
That's actually a good piece of advice. I wrote my first paper because someone said just that to me, and actually that paper's become very, it gets cited quite a lot. So I'm quite happy about that he made me do that. That was the reconstruction artist Cicero Moraes asked me to respond with a paper, and I was so glad that he asked me to do that.
Now James Stewart is saying, don't come to me with that Tariq Nasheed stuff. Why would you even bring him up in this conversation?
I'm sure it wasn't that wasn't directed at you. It must be someone else he's talking to.
Oh,
yeah. Anyway, let's look, guys. Let's wrap this up, okay? Because I appreciate brother Reggie. Guys, I appreciate that was a 4-hour stream. Flipping neck, I'm tired, and I appreciate you guys for joining us, man. That was that was fun. And by the way, even if it was like, I don't want it to seem like I wasn't coming at you with the question. The question was more for, it's just something that I periodically visit. this idea of Tarseti. And I think it's just one of those things that I find hard to make it land. But I appreciate your response. It was strong. And I appreciate everyone on the chat. I think we all kind of landed in the same place. I want to talk to you about part 2, if that's okay. So if you're happy to, could you please just stay on the line when I close the stream, and then we'll put something in the diary straight away.
Yeah,
okay, but guys, please show your appreciation to brother Reggie for his time. He's made a lot of time today, and I've taken all the money, and he has to hold that. So show him some love in the chat, and I will return the compliment. If you get me onto something, send it to me. Maybe email it to me or something. I'll put it in the chat. Get me.
I can tell you what it is. What it is.
Yeah, do that if you want to. Yeah.
Dollar Reginald Reginald Mabry Mabry. So it's a $.
Reginald Mabry.
No, just $. Reginald, my real name.
Yeah, Reginald. Yeah.
Reginald Mabry, Mabry. No space, no period, no nothing.
There, it's in the chat. So I've put that in the chat, guys. If you want to,
hey, people, help me out. Look, Reginald, I got like 2 or 3 cash apps, but I've been on for 4 hours. Then I had to put on my daggone boxing gloves. That
wasn't boxing, man. That was just me asking someone very, very lightweight.
No, not with you.
Okay. Yeah.
It ain't timid.
Guys, okay, love, please show some love in the chat for bro Reggie for coming out, man. He's been epic today. I've learned a lot from him, and we're gonna be doing a part 2.
So let me see if I could read the cash apps that I got. So let me just see. Sorry, because I didn't get any. I gotta get my other phone. 1 second. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so it's not looking good. I got $11.56, and I got it from Yo Folks. Thank you so much. I got it from Corey. Thank you so much. And I got it from Frederick, and so I got 2 cash apps. I got 2 cash apps from you. And
so there you go. So you've probably made a little bit more than me today. So there you go. Don't complain. It's all good. So guys, thank you very much.
I appreciate you. I expect to get anything because I don't know how your audience will receive me, but I did give a lot, and I did get 2 cash apps.
You did. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much, guys, for showing that you're a very hospitable and appreciative crowd. And thank you again, brother Reggie. I'm going to close the stream now, and we're going to don't worry, we're going to finish this up. Dark Skywalker said it was informative and hilarious. So there you go. It's been high entertainment, man. Thanks, guys. Have a fantastic evening. It's very late. I need to go. He needs to go. So we're going to sort stuff out in the back. I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Thanks. Bye.